And this is Jets Chaos, and I am short. I am low on promo videos because there is one video I just simply can't play, and we all know why. Because a certain player decided to betray us and screw over the team. But that doesn't mean I don't have other videos that can be played. And let's do this oldie but goodie to remember some good times in the offseason. I like Hutchinson the best, and I don't think Linderbaum is worth a top 10 pick. Thibodeau slipped, and I am going to grab Thibodeau. The Giants took Khalil Elam. Good for them. Kenyon Green is a guarantee in my mind. He would be such a dream pick right here. Evan Neal is still on the board. I'm not going to pick this now. That 44 pick could be tight end. That 44 pick could be a good linebacker, a good safety. We could drop back one pick and pick up a second rounder for New Orleans. We got options here. You know who doesn't have options? Elijah Moore doesn't have options. Elijah Moore has two options, really. Not a lot, though. His option is to get on board with the program, do what he's supposed to do, shut his mouth, play football, be a good teammate. Or his option is to continue this, whatever you want to call it. And we could just keep making him inactive. And is it fun for us? Is it good for us? No. It's a lot of talent being wasted. And we hope that Denzel Mims can come in and make a big difference. And that will lighten the burden. If Mims comes in and plays well, makes some good catches, we still got Garrett Wilson and Corey Davis. We still have Breece Hall and Michael Carter. We still have our tight ends. We stay in good shape. And we don't have to panic. So we survive it. But let me say hello to some people in the chat, and we'll talk about what is happening, what the latest I hear. And this is, and you can inform me if you know more than this, but I'm going to share what I know. What's up, John Hepburn? Clutch, the Kansas City Chief fan. You're not going to believe what's going down here if you don't know. If you're not following this, you're not. I mean, it's just hard to believe that this is even happening. I mean, this just doesn't happen to teams that are on 3-game winning streaks, that franchise has been in the basement forever. And then one of your young guys who you thought was 100% a character guy decides to throw the entire team under the bus. But Fat and Ugly, I like the way you think, because we're going to get through this and we're going to go 5-2. And we're going to move forward, and we're going to prove as a team that we know how to deal with adversity. Mr. Magics, what's up? Peruvian style roast chicken. Well, it's easy to learn how to make that, right? When you live in Virginia, you go into Georgetown, and there is tons of Peruvian chicken places. I remember that. But the question is, Watu K99 is, do you know how to make papusa? Yes. But come on, Elijah. I know. It's unbelievable. And, here's Clutch, who's not that much younger than Elijah, right? He's about 4, 5, 6 years younger than Elijah. And if you told Clutch he would have the opportunity to play in the NFL, he'd probably pay for very little money. Not too much in the opening. Yes, it's a later game tomorrow, John. Not too much. You didn't miss too much in the opening. I just started off by my normal little intro, so don't worry about it. We're just getting into it now. This is what I know, or I've been told. Okay, so if you remember yesterday, I was hopeful that there was going to be an apology, and there may have been. We don't know that he didn't apologize to the team, but it's looking like that's not happening. It looks like this is not over. It's developing, and it's heading south really fast. And here's why I say that. Word on the street is, what I'm hearing and what it looks like to me, based on looking myself, he is starting to remove all evidence of being a Jet and all his Jet stuff on Twitter. Now, that is the act of a child, right? I mean, he requested a trade He threw his temper tantrum. They sent him home. He came back the next day after asking his agent and publicly announcing that he's requesting a trade. He comes back to the facility. He knows he's not going to play on Sunday. We're doing it so you can get your head in the right place. And then he starts going on social media and taking off the Jets thing. Copycat. The young kid obviously doesn't have an original bone in his body. So, because he's a young, impressionable kid, he goes, oh, that's what you're supposed to do to show that you're angry. So the temper tantrum is continuing. He's continuing to throw this temper tantrum, which means it's no longer impulsive. Now he's had time to think and reflect, and he still feels this way. So it's starting to shift even my opinion of, well, maybe he's just having trouble controlling his emotions. He's young. But now it's 3-4 days. Plenty of time to reflect. And this kid is showing the inability to take accountability, the inability to understand and be reasonable. He has no argument. Nothing's been done to him that's bad. He has not been wronged in any way. This is a child. This is somebody acting like a little tiny baby. A little baby. Okay? He can't complain since he joined the team that he's been a victim of anything. 106 targets. It takes time to develop. 106 targets in his first 17 games, more than Devontae Adams, more than Tyreek Hill, the diva of all divas, more than Cooper Kupp. Okay? They started his career by giving him more targets than any of those guys. But the little baby is looking at his friend and saying, I want to get lots of targets like the guy in Philadelphia. He doesn't care about his team. He's not caring. He's not thinking about his team. The question is he ever going to apologize and admit he's wrong, or is this the human being that he is? Is this the lying, hypocritical human being he is? If you check my Twitter at Jeremy Cravat 2, on Twitter at Jeremy Cravat 2, I posted a video of him saying he does not care about numbers and stats. He cares about helping the team win. So either he is a liar, or he's had a complete breakdown and he needs help now. Either way, we have to move on. And I'm telling you, now that he's removing this stuff from his social media 4 days later, I am 50%. I'm going to say I'm 50-50. I'm going to say I honestly believe this, not as an overreaction, because it's 4 days later and he's taking this stuff down on Twitter and still kind of attacking the Jets. I am going to say this in total honesty. I honestly believe, I'm saying it's 50-50, that Elijah Moore never takes a snap as a New York Jet again. And I'm not even saying it's by Saleh's choice or the Jets' choice. I'm saying it's have no choice because of his actions, or it's driven by him, which is the same thing because it would be his actions, right? Like he'd continue not talking to the coaches, continue to be difficult, continue to obviously not be in the right headspace, continue to be demanding trades, continue to be doing things he's not supposed to be doing, saying the wrong things, not apologizing to his teammates, any of those things. And I believe at this point, 50-50. So remember, 50% chance somehow he ends up a Jet still. Somehow he's suited up sometime this year, maybe next week against New England. Somehow he's suited up. I'm saying 50% chance it could happen. But there's a 50% chance that he will never suit up again, in my opinion. That there's a 50% chance he will never be a Jet again. Does that mean they're going to trade him by the trade deadline? No. I'm talking about inactive for the rest of the season and then possibly a trade. I don't know. I just think that people are underestimating how serious this is. People are sitting there saying, oh, he's just being an asshole, blah, 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 and it's not going to be an issue. And I say, no, that's not true. This is real, and it's not really hitting home with people. We are talking about a player in the middle of the season who had a temper tantrum at a practice and was sent home, came back, And from what we know, we don't have any information that he's even taken accountability or apologized to his teammates. And I doubt he would come back and apologize to his teammates and then take down his Jets information on Twitter. I don't see that as a reality. Because if he is taking accountability and he knows he was wrong, he wouldn't be taking his Jet stuff off of Twitter. The fact that he's on social media taking his Jet stuff off, right? He's copycatting what Debo did. The difference was Debo was in a negotiation when he did it. So the fact that he's doing this is like a really strong indicator that nothing has been resolved. Don't listen to what Saleh says. He's a head coach. He's going to tell the media what you want to hear. Yeah, the kid will get his head on straight, just helping him out, doing what's best for him, blah, 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 blah. You have no idea what goes on once he walks past, behind those curtains back into the locker room when he's not in front of the press. Okay? If the kid had his head on straight, if the kid had come to his senses, he would not be taking his social media and taking off and removing the Jets from his social media. It simply would not be happening. So that tells me, buckle down and brace yourselves. This is not a small story. This is not, oh, it's a week. He's a young kid. He made a mistake. No, he didn't make one mistake. The tantrum at practice was his first mistake. Going home to think about it and then telling his agent to post that he wants to demand a trade, that's his second mistake. Not apologizing right away, or the next morning when he had a night to sleep over it and had the night with his family or the day with his family. Mistake number 3. It's no longer one mistake. Mistake number 4, taking down the Jets on his social media, which is a direct attack of the team. So we have 4 mistakes now over the course of 4 days. It's not one impulsive reaction any longer. This is who he is. This is what he is now. He's had 4 days. Nobody stays escalated for 4 days. Nobody. So this is real. People have got to stop underestimating what this is and what this means. There's a 50% chance you will never see Elijah Moore wear a Jets uniform and take a snap in an NFL game again. And it might be worse. There might be 90% chance he doesn't. And it might be, I'm crazy, and he's absolutely going to be playing in 2 weeks because we don't know. I'm only giving my opinion, my feel, my gut, and my experience. People are actually asking me if my Elijah Moore jersey is really available. And I can't believe I just got a text from somebody, one of the YouTube content providers, asking if the Elijah jersey is still available. That is hysterical. I'm going to have to answer him and tell him my Elijah Moore jersey, my plan is to burn it. I'm not going to do it right away because if he's a Jet again in 2 weeks and he's playing hard and he apologizes to the team, then he might be able to win his back into my heart enough for me to be willing to wear the jersey again. So it was more of a joke, the video I made, the text I made. But if he's inactive for the rest of the season and gets traded or whatever, I'm not going to sell it for $10 because I'd rather burn it. Like burning the jersey is worth more to me, is more value than $10. So in honesty, I'd probably have to I'd have to probably ask for more money and sell it for more money before I was willing to not burn it, because I'm really looking forward to burning it. If he doesn't shape up and fix this, I will. And Nick Shine's going to do it. I think he's going to do it at the stadium. He's going to collect them. Anybody who wants to come by, he told me already, if this is not fixed, if he really has seen his last days as a Jet, there will be an Elijah Moore jersey burning ceremony. Kid is 18 games or something into his career on a rebuilding team. I understand being upset, but grow the F up. Not what this team needs. Absolutely, John. Absolutely. And Pure Adrenaline Sports, I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. I hope everything is going over okay. I know you still got your channel, Pure Adrenaline Sports, for those fantasy people. Great place for advice, information, stats, predictions, projections, and all that good stuff. Supposedly he found God over the offseason. He's always been a guy that quotes Psalms. They call them Psalms from the Bible and everything. He's always done that. So he's He's not been a man. He's not a man of God in the offseason. He's been a man of God supposedly since we drafted him. And I say this is the hypocrisy, right? Because everything he's doing is 100% hypocrisy and completely is hypocritical to anything you could say is written in the Bible. And what's interesting is that Sauce Gardner put something from the Bible in there about selfishness and what it means. And, he's using his own words against them, his own Bible against them. You are who you hang out with, A.J. Brown, Jamal Adams, etc. I didn't know he hangs out with Jamal Adams, but I know he does. He's best friends with A.J. Brown. So, yeah, and A.J. Brown, of course, is all over Twitter, being the low-life piece of crap that he is, and is already tweeting his thing and taking his side because Brown is a low-life, uneducated, stupid, dumb, uneducated human being. Does he feel if he continues these actions, it'll help him get out? I don't know. It'll help him get out, but it's not going to help his career. It's not going to help his pocketbook. There's no way GMs are just going to treat it like it didn't happen. I mean, unless you're the worst GM, right? I mean, think about it. The worst organizations might. Like a really bad organization. Anybody that would give up any kind of real draft capital for this kid and then eventually sign him to a real contract is out of their minds. Because Antonio Brown, who lost his mind several times because teams in the NFL are so stupid, they kept giving him another chance, lost his mind several times, ended up on our field at MetLife, taking his shirt off and dancing around like an idiot, and walked away from his team. So you're going to pay Elijah Moore when you know that can happen? You're going to give up any kind of capital for him when you know that can happen? I mean, this guy is not showing stability right now. This is a kid who played 17 games early in his second year of his career. I have never seen this. I have never seen someone so early in their career behave like this. I understand if it's your contract year. I understand 3 years. I understand if you're inactive, if you're not playing, if you're sitting on the sideline, blah, 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 blah. But for him, he has 106 targets in 17 games. This is unheard of. This is obscene that he's pulling this now. After they're winning, if they were on their way to another 4-3 season, I wouldn't like it. I'd be pissed at them, but it'd be more understandable. They just won 3 games in a row. They're 4-2, and he's doing this. He's out of his mind. It's completely irrational. So narcissism is seldom acceptable. Yeah, and it's definitely narcissism without a question. The hope for more is fading. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is. The hope that he's going to recover from this is definitely fading. It's going to cost him a lot of money in the long run, guys. Because even if another GM takes him, if this really happens and he's inactive the rest of the year and then ends up getting traded, don't think it's not going to happen again on another team. We've all been around. When has a guy done something like this? And imagine at 22, and then went on with another team and had a great career. Once a problem, always a problem. Terrell Owens turns on the Niners, right? Goes to the Eagles, bad blood with the Eagles. Goes to Dallas, I think, bad blood with them. These things don't fix itself unless the person wants to fix themselves. So if he leaves this without fixing himself, if he leaves and runs away from this situation, demands a trade, whatever, we inactive, and then in the offseason we finally realize we have to dump him, don't worry about it. He's going to screw over the next team. It might take a year, it might take 2. Eventually something will happen he doesn't like, and we're all seeing who he really is. When something's happening he doesn't like, it's all about him. He's selfish. He doesn't care about his teammates. He's not going to magically go to another team and say, this team I'm really going to love and be loyal to. Once you're an unloyal piece of crap snake, always an unloyal piece of crap snake, unless you make some kind of major life change. But he's not going to make that if he gets his way. If he gets traded and he never apologizes or anything, why would he change? He's going to just leave thinking he's right. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to end up hurting him. So this is good to hear because, like I said, I was told that he was removing all Jet stuff from his social media. So that may have been an overreaction from people. Does he have his Jets pictures in his profile? Because he used to have Jets all over his profile. And that's what they're saying changed. And Adam, I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong, because I'm basing this on information I'm being told. I'm being told he's removing Jets from his social media. Mims, and if he isn't, that's great, because he hasn't been making comments on Twitter. So that's a good thing. Maybe he, like, someone gave him good advice and say, stay off Twitter, man, until this all gets worked out. So, hey, that's the 50% of me that thinks this will get worked out. Remember, I'm saying I'm 50% that he might never play for the Jets again. The other 50% is still holding on to hope that they're going to work this out. Mims still runs a sub 4. Yeah, hey, Mims, I mean, look, he wasn't a contributor last year. And like I said, I don't want to be in a position where we're counting on him, but I would love to see him get an opportunity, because I still think there's hope for him. Mims is young. He was good every year of his life except last year. And we saw what he did in preseason. He looked different. He worked hard. They like him. They said positive things about him. They kept him on the team. So let's keep our fingers crossed that Mims comes in, and if he sees the field, let's hope he does his job. We know he blocks well. Remember, just because he doesn't make a catch on a play doesn't mean he didn't have a productive, good play for us. He's a very good blocker. He's a very willing blocker. And that's important, especially against a team like Denver. So, having wide receivers that can block when Breece Hall gets the ball, which is probably going to be our main game plan, is not a bad thing. But that's good to hear that the Jet pictures are still up there. I hope he gets traded and we go to the Super Bowl. Well, obviously, if he gets traded, that's what we want, right? Go to the Super Bowl and let him watch. No, that's cool, man. Be busy. Keep up the good work. Keep plugging, my friend. Dutch Vanderland. What's going on? Hello. Dutch Vanderland. I like that name. Mackay Higgins. J-E-T, Jets. Yeah, man. Absolutely. We'll be doing that tomorrow on Green Beans channel. A lot of Jets, Jets. We'll be going crazy tomorrow. I promise you that. Elijah Moore is busy writing his new book, Give Me the Damn Ball, Part 2. I don't think Keyshawn is taking his side this time. I think it's just Brandon Marshall. You have a plan? I have a plan, gentlemen. Share the plan. Wild Wave is here. You're lucky I ain't the GM. I'd let him rot for the next 2.5 years and mess up his money. I said the same thing. We could if the trade offers aren't good, if we don't get offered enough for him, okay, just inactive for 2 years until somebody offers us enough, or we destroy his career. I need to give Elijah a call. I would. I mean, I would love it if you talk to me. I mean, if I can't talk him down, then nobody can. I talk kids down. I talk 6-year-olds that are throwing chairs down in seconds. I'm like the kid. I'm the whisperer at this. So if I can't talk him down, if I couldn't talk, I could have a conversation. Look, I wouldn't even yell and be mad. I'd be so civil. I'd go into my professional Jeremy. You'd see the AP Jeremy, the guy who worked with high school kids for 7 years before I went to elementary. That's who I would be. I would totally like become my professional self with him. And if I couldn't turn him around, believe me, I don't think. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the best in the world. There might be someone else, but I would give up hope if I couldn't turn him around. If he was actually sitting, if he saw this somehow and said, "Let me come on and talk to you, bro, and give my side," okay, let's have a peaceful, good, turn-taking conversation. And if I can't make him see that he's wrong, I don't know who could, because I could literally tell him why he's wrong in a million different ways. Like, there's absolutely no argument he has except pure emotion and selfishness. So there's no way, given the opportunity, we wouldn't be able to break this down and absolutely prove to him without question that he's wrong. If he's any bit the person that he pretended or acted or was on September 20th last year, when he made when he went in a press conference and said, "I don't care about receptions. I'm a team guy. I care about the team." Either he was lying, or you're telling me his entire personality and mentality and attitude and belief system changed in 1 year. And I just don't believe that can happen. He's letting his emotions drive the car, or the wrong people are driving the car for him. I still can't understand how you sprouted this point. Something has to have happened we haven't been told. Yeah. I mean, but I think emotional breakdowns are real. I mean, everyone keeps saying, "Oh no, 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 no." It's like I see it every day. There's so much we don't know. We don't know about this kid's life. Maybe he has suffered tremendous trauma. And I'm telling you, people who have suffered trauma have trouble regulating their emotions. It's not rare. It's a lot of us. It's probably half the population. How many of us, I mean, how many people see doctors and take drugs? And if they don't, how many people end up in prison or end up divorced or hitting somebody or alone, breaking up because they did something wrong? That's examples of sometimes caused by trauma, some caused by other things, but the inability to control our emotions. It's becoming a real problem in our society. And it's not just shooting people with guns or anything like that, or like any example. People think it's extreme. It's not extreme. It's in our homes. It's in our lives. Making decisions based on emotions. How many times have you made a decision in your life? Anybody here, me, myself, I'm raising my hand, made a decision that you regret, and you think that maybe you would have made a different decision if you would have waited an hour even and just calmed down for an hour and then could pull that email back, can pull that comment back, can pull whatever it is you did back. I guarantee you, all of you could think of something that you wish you could take back. That's an example of your emotion got the better of you. You didn't take the time to think of what you were doing, right? But for it to last 4 days, or if it happens often and you're constantly getting into trouble. But for him, it's not like we don't have evidence that it's been happening a lot, but it's 4 days. 4 days to not be able to realize that you made a mistake. I don't know, unless he's apologizing and we don't know. Trade him to the Bears. Why help the Bears, though? Does the strength of schedule change as we get better during the season? Well, I guess. The strength of our schedule looks less impressive when, like our strength of schedule was based on last year's numbers. So if you start to look at the teams we beat in their records, that the strength of schedule might look less, right? Like Green Bay is 3-3. They were probably projected to be 4-2 or 5-1. Based on last year, they were probably projected to win 13, 14 games this year, at least 12. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen. But I don't think any of that matters like this year. I think what we have to do is just beat the teams we're supposed to beat. Surprise teams that were, we just got to play good every week. We got to keep being competitive. And if we win, that's great. We just got to continue to grow. It's what the players are saying. They're like, Salah's got them trained well. They're all saying the right things. We got to continue to grow, continue to progress, continue to improve. And it doesn't matter what the strength of schedule is, because how many times have we lost the teams we shouldn't lose to, right? And it's about being consistent and showing up every week and winning. And the rest of the league can say we didn't beat anybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's crazy that they would say that, because they don't remember for the last 3 years we didn't win many games, and we played plenty of games where they would have said you didn't really beat anybody. So what's the difference? We won 4 games last year, and we already have 4 wins that year. We walk out of this year with 9, 10 wins. They could say whatever they want. The point is, we walked away with 9 or 10, 9 wins or whatever it is, 10 wins. I mean, it's insane. It's amazing. 4-13. If we can walk out of this season with over 8 wins, it's absolutely outstanding. The strength of schedule redefines itself as teams either disappoint or not disappoint. You know what I mean? Because last year doesn't dictate the strength of a team this year, because we all see how fast things turn around for teams. Imagine Elijah talking about Zach in a presser. That's my quarterback. That's my teammate. Didn't he used to say that? I think he said that. That's the whole point, right? That's what you mean. Because he said all the right things forever until 4 days ago. Greenby was saying Moore had I'm forced to burn her again. Green Bean was saying it may have had a green. Well, there's some evidence that it looks like it's him, and his alias is David Stein. Yeah, it looked like that. Whoever David Stein must be family or someone who really loves him. Look, I love the kid, but I'm not David Stein. I loved him. You all know I loved him. He was like my favorite Jet, like top 3, like way up there. Like, oh my God, that's my boy. Remember? This was my guy. But I'm not sitting there and defending him, because how could you defend it? So, the reason why there's evidence and Green Bean might be onto something is because, well, I can't say he's the only one that would defend himself, because there are morons out there actually defending him. On Twitter, there are people defending him, saying, oh, you can't blame him. He's trying to get a big contract. There are people who actually think that way. And I keep saying it over again. I guarantee you they're not successful people in life, because I can't see how you can have the mentality in life that being selfish and breaking your word and breaking your code and breaking your own belief system and screwing over the people that are supposedly your brothers. I can't imagine that anybody could defend that and be successful in their life. How? I mean, and maybe that's just from my perspective, because because my whole life, everything good in my life is from being good and to my word and sticking to my values, everything. So I can't fathom a world where it could be some other way. I just can't see it. And even with people who are totally evil or whatever, and they end up very rich, they're never happy. They're miserable. So I just can't believe it. Like, I don't believe it. I don't believe that anybody that defends him is a happy, well-adjusted person. I just can't see it. Because to me, in my world, the only way I could see the world is the only way you could be happy is if you're good to your friends. If you're a real human being, if you act like a person. How else can you be happy if you're screwing over the people you said you were going to never? It's crazy. There's no way he could be feeling any joy in his life right now. How could he be? And how can anybody defend to be someone that's happy? Because that's not happiness. It's like, that's why it's funny. We're saying he's being selfish. He's hurting himself. He's going to be. Do you think he's happier now doing this than he was when he wasn't doing it? I don't believe it. Yeah, look, if we can get a first rounder for him, Anthony, absolutely. I would jump at that. Even though I hate to reward him, I don't care who it is. If somebody offered us a first rounder, you take it. I mean, that's higher than we took him. So why not? You're not even allowed to renegotiate a contract in year 2 or 3. What's to gain? There's nothing to gain. He's trying to force his hands and get them to trade him, or he's trying to get them to use him more in the game plan, which we don't want. We don't want a player to be able to manipulate the game plan, especially a second-year player, especially when the game plan for the last 3 weeks has worked, and especially when we're 4-2. Okay, we cannot criticize the game plan. I have much of a problem with him having a temper and expressing frustration, but every day he's doing more and more to bury himself, and that is what is really worrying me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Adam. It's 4 days later. It's okay if he has trouble. If he had trouble with his emotions and got upset and threw a tantrum at practice, that's actually okay. If he was willing, like when they sent him home or calmed him down, if he was able to be calmed down, or he's able to think about it when they sent him home and come back and say, I'm sorry, I lost my cool, I'm sorry. But you're right. What's worrisome is that he didn't do that, that he's doubling down, that he asked for a trade afterwards. And, so every day that goes by that we're not seeing him on Twitter or something trying to apologize and fix this is really concerning. Really concerning. Because there is no argument. There's nothing that we don't know about it. I don't care. There's nothing that it could be. I wasn't in the game plan. You didn't see the game. It doesn't matter. The game plan is designed to give us the best chance to win. Just do your job. But he's obviously getting bad advice. Yeah, I mean, and his agent, 90% of the agents out there, his agent might know he's wrong, but they're afraid. They're afraid to tell him this is wrong because it's so easy for him to say, especially in his emotional state, you're fired. So even if the agent wants to say he's wrong and this isn't a good thing, he's not going to, because he's going to tell him what he wants to hear. And that's the problem. Successful people sometimes end up surrounded by people who are just telling you what you want to hear. And that's a big issue. The pressure of the NFL is real for a kid. Yeah, the pressure shouldn't cause you to be betray, though. You could cry and break down and go into Saleh's office. You can go to your teammates. You can give it. There's a way to give into the pressure, but not act in a way that's harmful for the team and hurt the fans and be destructive. And that's what I mean when it's like we could sit here and call him an a-hole all we want. We can call him names, or we could really try to understand what's going on in his brain. Because what is making this kid make these decisions to harm his own career, to harm his team? Like, I don't understand that. That's why people are defending him. He's harming himself. He's harming his team. He's hurting the fan base. People who love him are devastated and upset. How is this good for him? There's no way in any world that this is good for him. So why are there people defending him? Everybody out there should be trying to help him. Either be mad at him or try to help him. But to defend him, you're saying he should do. Defending him is acting like you're saying he should continue to do what he's doing. That's madness. Madness. It's like telling somebody to take a hammer and keep hitting their head because they're mad. Yep, keep doing it. Well, he's young. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm going to defend him. Oh, keep hitting your head. No. Everybody has to be on the same page that he needs to stop hitting himself in the head, and that's what he's doing. He was given, born, however you want to believe it happened. The kid has so much talent, and he is in the process of throwing it away. I don't understand how anyone besides malcontents like Adams, May, and AJ aren't guiding him on the silliness of his acting this way or winning a team. Yeah, this is the problem. Who do you choose as your role models? Who do you choose as your role models? I don't know which one it is. I don't know if is it his role models or is something wrong? Something really wrong. Because his behavior very easily could be a result of trauma. Okay? Believe me, I put a lot of effort and time into reading and learning about this. People who can't control their emotions, a big cause of that is when people cannot control their emotions other than other things. There's other things, but very commonly it's trauma. You suffer bad trauma, and then you have trouble controlling your emotions after that because you go to that place of trauma when you go and get emotional. It's a real thing. I don't know that that's what's wrong, but I'm saying is that might be an explanation for what's happening to him. Or the wrong people here, and he has been brainwashed. And his thinking is totally screwed up and backwards, which is also very, very possible. The criticism was we didn't be the top quarterback. That's you're talking about the quarterback thing. It doesn't matter who we beat. I don't care what they say about who we beat. The hell with them all. Jeremy didn't catch on to the TO comment yet. What TO comment? Where is it? Did I miss it? Jeremy, you made the TO comparison earlier. Oh, well, laughing out loud. Oh. Yeah, look, TO, my biggest example with TO was it here? My biggest example with TO is just that, look what he did to himself. Like, he made himself into a joke. And the real thing is that, I think the example I pointed out with TO was that it didn't magically go away. Switching teams didn't solve the problem, nor did it solve the problem for, for Antonio Brown. Like, look, it's like, you have a kid and blah, 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 and they're getting in trouble, they're having problems. It's like running away doesn't help. Put the kid in a different school. Does it help? Does it change anything? Usually not, unless you go to a different kind of school, right? That's better prepared. Well, in this case, there's no better NFL team, unless there's an NFL team that, I don't know, has more counseling, or maybe they're just they're the kind of team that's going to say, we like to have players tell us what to do. Come here and force us to throw you the ball 15 times a day. Maybe that's where he'll fit in and be okay. But this is a guy that's showing when he doesn't get his way, this is how he acts. So what team in the NFL is always going to give one player their way? Can't be a great business move. Under 1,000 yards, second-year receiver to complain in season on a winning team. I know the NFL skill trumps all, even the best teams. The problem is, GVH, is it only takes one organization, right? So he might still get paid. There might be a team desperate enough to take a shot on him. But like I said, it won't matter because usually the kind of team that'll take a shot on him is not a very good team. And what that will lead to is the team will be losing, and then he'll lose his shit again because he'll be upset that he's on a losing team. So that was a fraud that was found. Yeah, so they think it was they think it was a burner account. So just like I said when I started off with the social media and the deleting the Jets, I said I was told, right? So I'm not going to also, so I'm going to take the same caution. I don't want to put out false information. There's definitely a possibility. It certainly would seem that that's a burner account or that's a family member, because the way, or it's maybe it's AB Brown, but the way they're defending that this David Stein is defending him is just either David Stein is disturbed, stupid, or he's somebody close to him. Because how could you defend this? How can any rational human being defend what he's doing? What he's doing makes no sense. He's harming himself. He's harming his teammates. He's harming his future. He's doing nothing good is coming out of this. Nothing. And if he can't see that 4 days into it, something is wrong. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah, guys, hit the like button. What the hell's going on? My brother just told me that there were tons of people in here and nobody's hitting the like button. What's the matter with you? You hate me? You don't like me? I don't amuse you? Come on, hit the like button. Do me a favor. Jeff Smith blows. Stephen Engel is somehow talking about Jeff Smith. Does Elijah Moore have a father? I know nothing about his family life. Nothing. Well, you missed a good dinner tonight. Cheesesteaks with a spicy giardiniera. Huh. I missed a good dinner, but I had a hell of a lunch. We went to our favorite Thai restaurant after the dog park, and it was good. Really, we have a Thai restaurant here that is just out of this world, and they make the drunken noodles dish for me without the onions and green and those horrible bell peppers. So it's just noodles and beef and spicy. I loved it. He's still getting $2 million a year. If he thinks the Jets are hurting his value when his contract's on a 1-year deal with someone else, players bet on themselves all the time. Juan just did. Yeah, look, he might bet on himself. We saw how that worked out for Marcus May, and he actually got paid a lot of money, but then we saw him get hurt or arrested again or whatever it was. But, again, it's not, maybe for them it's all about the money, but that won't be what they think it is. I'm telling you, whether you have $10 million or $20 million, $20 million or $30 million, it's more important to be happy. It's more important to like who you are and to be able to live with the decisions you make. It really is. How much money do you need? Quinn Williams posted number one in team. No one in team. No I in team. Right. So, okay. So that's, look, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see the players showing us that they're not on his side in this. That would be really scary. That the locker room is turning on the coaches or anything like that. It's very clear that's not happening. If you look at Sauce Gardner, if you look at Quinn Williams, the players are certainly and I love how Zach's handling it, because Zach wants to preserve this relationship with him. So Zach is saying all the right things. I still love the guy. Right? That's what Zach's saying, and that's what Zach should be saying. I still love the guy. And what did he say? He goes, I had 10 completions against Green Bay. And he just shrugged it off. He goes, what do you want us to do? And he said, we won the game. I had 10 completions. Yes, true. But we won the game. And right? But he goes, I still love the guy. And that's good for Zach. I'm good. I hope the players leave an opening for him, because I love Elijah Moore. I loved him. This has been shooken up my life. Okay, this is shooken up my life. He was like, I have his jersey. I wear it. I love him. I scream, that's my boy when he does anything good. This has shaken me. That's why I'm so upset and talking every day about it, because it has shaken my world. So as mad as I am, when it comes down to it, do I want to see Zach and the players still give him a welcome, an ability, leave the door open for him to fix this? Of course I do. Because the best scenario for us, as mad as we are, is that Elijah Moore realizes this is a bad thing, committed to fixing it. That's what we want. There's no that's the best possible scenario for us. The best possible scenario is this gets fixed. My worry and my biggest fear, and what I'm saying is, I have been watching this game, NFL, for 40 plus years. And when it gets to the level that this feels like it's getting to, it's not very often it gets fixed. And that doesn't mean anything. Elijah Moore's case is completely different. He's a completely different person. Every situation is unique. I'm just saying it's hard not to worry, because if I go back and I think of all the times a player in mid-season has literally like melted down to the point where they're taken out and made inactive, most of the time they're never taking a snap for that team again. Most of the time. I'm not saying never again, but most of the time, in my experience, that's what it means. Which is why I say I feel, honestly, and it's just an opinion, I can't back it up with anything real except my opinion and my feel from my experience as a football fan, that there's a solid 50% chance that he will never play another snap for our team again. That's my concern right now. I love how Zach is handling it, but this is the reality. Sugar, you was saying his actions come from a broken home. Does he have a father? Seriously? Look, I mean, it's not about does he have a father, does he have that, does he have this? There's a possibility, and people think when you say, oh, mental illness, you're being really harsh, you're being crazy. We all have mental illness. It's like more than half of society. People don't know what mental illness is. It's not just depression. 40% of my students, 40% in the area serve, have suffered trauma. We actually take classes and workshops and have experts come in to teach us how to work with kids that have suffered trauma. It's called trauma-informed practices. This is a big thing in our society. I am not saying I don't know Elijah Moore, and I don't think anybody knows Elijah Moore, but this makes you think it's a possible explanation. It's possible that what we're seeing is a result of trauma. Now, there's a million other explanations. He could just be a selfish butthead. Maybe he's just very easily influenced and the wrong people got in his ear. There's a lot of explanations. Now, I wouldn't, and I understand the sensitivity of you shouldn't sit there and guess, right? And there's bias in that and saying, oh, does he have a father? That's why I quickly got through that chat message. I don't think that that's something you should be doing. But I don't think it's inappropriate, and I don't think there's any bias, because we've almost all of us, it's very hard to live in this world in this century and not suffer trauma, right? I mean, how much of us lived through 9/11? That's trauma for some people. Some people go to war, and that's where they suffer their trauma. Some people, it's their parents get divorced. Sometimes they see a fight. Sometimes they get attacked. Women suffer all kinds of trauma. There's so many different ways that you can suffer trauma. It's a possibility if he's acting like out of character and he's upset and he's not being rational. It's one of the possible explanations, but we can't diagnose that for certain. We can only just say, well, that's one of the things that it could be, right? It could be that he suffered some kind of trauma. It's a possibility, but I wouldn't go around guessing things like that and asking about his family life, because there's a lot of bias behind that. So you got to be careful of that. Rico is right about that. He may have been just guessing that when I said that trauma is a possibility for the way he's acting, he was just saying, well, did he have a father? But I wouldn't start guessing things like that about somebody. There's a million different types of trauma. My wife got sick 12 years ago. I almost lost her. That was trauma. So, you know what I mean? And trauma leads to a lot of problems. Addiction, I mean, like I can talk all day with. I mean, this could be a whole nother channel. I could talk about that. That's my whole other life, my professional life, about dealing with that and working with that. So, it absolutely is a possibility, but it's not. We don't know enough to be able to say that concretely. But there seems to be evidence of it because he's being so destructive. And when you're being so destructive to your life, that's obviously one of the things you're going to think of. Like, it's a possibility of what's going on in his life, right? That he's like something was brought up from his past, like some emotions were stirred that he's having trouble getting a hold of. It's just a theory and it's just a possibility. Can't be argued one way or the other. You can't say, no, that's not it, because we don't know him. And we can't say it is it because we don't know him. So it's just a possibility. And it's one of the causes of what we're seeing. It's one of the possible causes. So it's all theory. It's all theoretical. Buffalo fan, what happened? Well, there was a rumor going around that he took down, that Elijah Moore took all his Twitter stuff, or not Twitter, social media stuff about the Jets down. But now I'm hearing people are telling me that it's not true. So I don't know. Like maybe he didn't take all the pictures down. Maybe he took it in his profile. I don't know. But there were some people saying that he was changing his social media or something. So that obviously that would be news to me, because that means we're yet another day into this. We're at Saturday now, and we're not seeing any turnarounds in this situation. And every day that there's no turnaround, every day that he's willing to stick to this narrative and write this plan for his life out, I think is significant at this point. Each day that goes by, it becomes more and more, harder and harder to fix it. Yeah. So, it's, again, there's no ever, it's a conversation. I hope it's not happening. I hope he's not doing it. No, I didn't sell the jersey because I realized that $10 is not as worth as much as if he really does keep fighting with the team and they have to make him an active and we trade him to another team. I would rather burn the jersey than have $10. Or I think I might. Or I might want to just send the jersey to New Zealand because our friend in New Zealand seems to want it. I don't know why. I still have hope, Green Bean. So I'm not. I mean, I'm joking about. Oh, do you want to buy his jersey? I am not giving up hope that we could turn this ship around with Elijah Moore. You know how much I love him. I can't turn my back on the kid completely. I'm gonna have hope that something's gonna happen. I'm hoping that this is an emotional thing and he's gonna get the help that he needs. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's just someone's gonna talk to him, someone rational, and he's going to make the connection and realize this is not who I am. And I'm acting out of emotion and deal with it. And just like a lot of us have done, a lot of us have made mistakes. A lot of us have made mistakes that we fixed. And that's what I'm hoping it is. You know what I mean? I hope it's not really how he feels. I hope he doesn't honestly believe that he's entitled and that it's the right thing to do. And it's not a bad thing to get up and say, I want to trade, and throw a tantrum and go public with it. Like I hope he's not honestly in a calm way thinking that that's the right way to handle this. I don't see any logical argument that somebody can make that would ever be the truth. Like that would ever be. Like, and we all know that this is not the way to handle. If he's mad at how he's being used, you don't handle it this way. It is absolutely, it wouldn't be acceptable in any company or anywhere else in the world, in any other situation, right? To act like this. Oh, okay. Oh, you want the link? All right, buddy. I'll send you the link. Okay. Guys, we're going to, I'm honored that he asked too. He even asked. I didn't have to beg or anything. He wants to come. All right. We're going to have a special guest pretty soon, guys. The only problem is I got to open up my email and get it to him. It's not so easy to send the link. Okay, because first I have to send it to myself. Oh, no, I think I could send it to him via email. Okay, let me send it. James Current. But yeah, and I saw your other message, Rico. Sorry about yesterday. I'm emotional about this whole thing. But yeah, man, I understand. And I hope you understand too, Sluggo. Like, it's like you got to be careful when you make guesses like that, or you start saying things like that, because that's like bias kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, whether you realize it or not, whether it's purposeful or not, it's like a bias type of thing. I mean, we're talking about an African American athlete. You can't sit there going around saying, "Do you have a father?" It's just that could be very, that is very offensive to people. And I'm just being real with you. That you have to think about people and like how that sounds, and you know what I mean. So I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. I'm just trying to let you know that that's something. I'm not saying you had bad intentions or anything like that, but we have to be conscious of that. Okay, I'm trying, man. I'm going to text it to you, buddy. I'm going to text it to you. I just have to get it to myself. You know what I mean? I'm going to do it. I'm coming. Let me see. Email. Come on, get to me. Anyway, while I wait for this email to go through, tell me, everybody, what do you think the score is going to be tomorrow? This won't happen. Okay, whoa. Okay. See that my computer doesn't go straight to text. So it's a big process. I got to copy the link. I got to send it to myself. I got to email it to myself. Then I got to cut and paste it. And then I got to, it's a whole big thing. Okay, well, what the hell? How do I do this? Mail. Come on. I just want to go into my regular box. Send. How about that? I'm almost there. Guys, it's going to be worth the wait. Wait till you see what happens in a few seconds. This is going to be great. There we go. All right. So, why does he want to come on? Oh, are you going to come on and yell at me, Green Bean? I think what I'm saying is right. I honestly do. I believe in what I'm saying. What is Hepburn saying? Are we going to talk about the fake account? We're going to find out what we're going to talk about. What did Hepburn say? I don't see. Hepburn. Curtis Martin, grandmother, was stabbed to death. He didn't act like Moore. Okay. All right. Well, you can't. People process things differently, though, my friend. Like, that's like saying one soldier, you send 10 soldiers to war together. They're in a unit, and 5 of them get blown up, and 2 out of the 5 have post-traumatic stress disorder to where they can't function, and the other 3 are able to come back and function, right? That doesn't mean all 5 didn't suffer trauma. We have a different capacity to handle trauma. Maybe, and that could be genetics, or that could be the way we were raised. There's a million different things that can change how we deal and process trauma. My students, a lot of them suffered the same traumas. They don't all have the same issues. Some of them respond to the trauma by getting perfect grades and doing everything really well. I have a teacher that works with me that is like that. She was abused her whole life and her whole childhood, and she was a straight A student. And she does everything really amazing, but she also has emotional problems. Like, she cries. Sometimes she can't cry. She doesn't cry. And then when she does, she thinks it's wrong. Like, she has all these kind of things that go on in her life. So people process and deal with trauma in different ways. But anyway, I've said so much last night and tonight. It's time we get another voice in here. You know what? I never gave him an intro. I've never given him the intro. So we are going to do that now. I'm going to improvise it. About a year and a half ago, he decided to start a channel and broke off from his roots. He also allowed his beard to keep growing and growing and growing. He is the studio building, house selling, RV buying, travel around the country roller coaster riding, then drive back home and sell it and buy another house, build a new studio, jet loving, the greatest YouTube content provider in the world.
Oh, that was awesome. That was good, man. I fucking love that. Oh, that was good. That got me, man. Thank you.
I like it.
That was fucking delightful. What are you doing? I didn't know you were on tonight.
I just decided to jump on, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
It's like it's you know more than anyone how I felt about Elijah and what kind of fan I
Yeah,
was.
it's
So
your
it's
boy.
really, it's yeah. I mean, it's
It's your
just so hard.
boy.
Yeah, I just and every time I read more about it, I just have to talk about it. You know.
It's your boy. So what is this? Rico says, you from SI or what? What does that mean, Jeremy? SI? Staten Island?
Staten Island.
No.
I grew up in Brooklyn.
Look, with all due respect to Staten Island, me and Jeremy had this conversation when we were driving around in Staten Island, when we were going to the game and stuff. With all due respect, I grew up in New Jersey, and literally what we thought Staten Island was a dump, like a physical. That's what people didn't live there from our perspective. Then I worked in Staten Island. I worked in the Memorial Mall or something like that. I built the whole thing. I was in there for months. And you know what I learned, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Is that it was a dump, the whole thing. No, it's beautiful now. I mean, they're building my sister lives there with my brother-in-law and the kids. It's fucking gorgeous, man. Their house is beautiful.
And you
Whole
remember,
area.
and you were that area was like vacant. Like when I grew up, we would drive through Staten Island. When you got to the Outer Bridge side, because we used to go when we'd go to Philadelphia and we'd go places, we would always take the Outer Bridge crossing, and it was a different area. And then I remember my friend in 2000 moved out there to Tottenville and to that area, and it was like since then it's just that it's like a facelift in 20 years. And now like all the pizza places where Sack Exchange took us, like all the restaurants and all the, it's all new. It's all development. And it's a lot of it is a lot of people left Brooklyn and moved into that part of Staten Island.
Yeah. And that, right. It's just like, everybody's like, wait a minute, I can get that much space for that and just build that. Like, that's what it's Staten Island. And there's still so much space out there. It's on top of a fucking dump, but hey, it's Rico says, oh yeah, it used to smell like vomit. Do you know what I want? One day on lunch break in Staten Island, I was like I was working on this second level, and there was like a window, and it was overlooking a roof, like a tar roof of another building. Like it was right next to it, right? I was just eating a sandwich or whatever, and I watched this massive older seagull get literally murdered by like 10 other younger seagulls. I watched it. I wanted to stop it, but it was like I couldn't go out. I couldn't get it. So I just watched it, and it was like 20 minutes of the most brutal murder scene I've ever. I'm like, it was like my first week in Staten Island. I've never seen anything like it. I was like, oh my God. First, the birds were so big from eating at the Fresh Kills dump.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my Staten Island story.
That's just that.
That and really badass pizza. We had a great night that night.
Yeah, that pizza was so good, man. Yeah,
so good. I miss it, man. I can't wait to go back up there and do something of the like. I can't wait. I'm going up in December.
I say we go there again, and first we get a pie at DeFara's there because they opened up a DeFara 2 blocks from there. We were 2 blocks from a DeFara pizza.
I'm not familiar with DeFara though.
Well, DeFara,
I've never been.
Well, because that was he passed away last year, but this was DeFara was in Brooklyn, like in the avenues, like I think on J and like 13, like off the B train, right. And it was this old guy, and the line was out the door, and he would just slowly make each pie, and he was the guy who started it all. Like so many of the great pizza places, like many of the ones like Tortoni's and Grimaldi's, the owners will all tell you I learned from this guy. Like it was all about DeFara. And what he would do was he would take the basil, the fresh basil, with the scissors, and he would snip and cut the basil right onto the pizza.
Oh, I love it, man.
And then he'd pour the olive oil, and you had to have so much patience because he'd slowly make one pie at a time, and it got really old. But that was it. And when he ran out of dough, That's
That
it.
was it.
Sorry, I'm closed.
Yeah, Totino's does that now.
Mm.
So I think I mean, I forget all the lore. Sack Exchange knows, and I mean, you're not too bad yourself, but like the deep history and all the connections from one restaurant to another. But Totino's, I believe, I might have this wrong, was started by somebody like a mentor of DeFara. I think DeFara's like the guy from Totino's, like tutored under him, kind of a thing.
Right.
But I don't know if
There's
that's
a lot of that.
yeah.
Like I know that John's Pizza, there's a lot of places that opened up that were derived from John's Pizza,
Yeah,
like
Totino's.
family,
Yeah,
even sisters or cousins.
yeah. For me, Totino's is the best pie and the best slices I've ever had. Like for
Nice,
me, you know what I mean?
nice.
It's badass. And like as much as I like L&B, like next year when we do the Coney Island Cyclone, I really would prefer to go to another place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we
Give you
should change
because
that.
like with all like and again with I love L&B, but it to me and like we had Hepburn and we had Harry and we had all these guys there. Iowa, and to me, L&B doesn't symbolize Brooklyn pizza. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right,
like it's the anomaly of Brooklyn pizza. So if
right.
they
It's
think
different.
oh, this is, they might be like, oh, this is total nothing like I imagined it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
it
So
isn't.
yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, it
Hold on.
isn't like Brooklyn Pizza. You're right.
Look at it. I gotta get a better adhesive.
But what we did that was smart, Green Bean. I was so happy that you went along with it. Like, so everybody that knows, when Green Bean got there and he started walking to the line to get his pizza, I was standing somewhere else. He goes, "What are you doing? Why are you standing by that window?" And I yelled out to Green Bean. I said, "I'm getting the veal cutlet Parmesan Hero because I haven't had 15 years. I haven't had a real Brooklyn veal cutlet Parmesan
Yeah.
Hero." And Green Bean goes, like, by your eyes, I knew you were interested. I said, "You want to go halfy? You share your pizza, I share the hero." And that was a
Yeah. Why
great
not?
move.
I had a whole pie. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Whole pie. Why not? Yeah. So yeah, as good as we could do that all night, but I wanted to just check in. Like, look, I just put out a video like an hour ago, man. It's like really moving fast. Like
Nice.
I think it's at like 1,500 views in an hour, which is it's good. So but I almost didn't make it because I don't really like to get into the dramatic stuff, like kind of the like this with his burner account, right? I don't know how much you know about it or if you dug into it, but I did some digging into it and I was like, wow, like what is happening? So anyway, I made the video and I just put it out and I was just coming in to make a clip and but fucking YouTube's like, I open my computer and YouTube's on. So, and I saw that you were live. So I just clicked on and I said, oh, let me see if, and I saw you had like, at the time when I signed on, you had 70 people, which is really good, So I think
Oh, to just pop
yeah,
in, I'm pretty excited about it.
yeah. So I said, let me see if these guys all in here know. I mean, Stephen Ingalls said he watched the video. But I don't know if everybody talked about this yet. So, I mean, how,
People did bring it up. They said, Jeremy,
what,
Green Bean had a video that
oh,
there's rumors that there's a possible burner account that Elijah Moore has, David Stein. And I saw you post it and I saw the video go up. So it was discussed a little bit. We talked about it. And I said, based on what the guy's writing, I go, it's either Elijah Moore, a family member, or somebody who is drinking his Kool-Aid.
yeah, it's Elijah Moore or it's his mother. You know what I mean? Like it's one or the other, man. I mean, he takes it so personally, and to like like again, I don't really 9 out of 10 times I just don't even look at them. I'm like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? It's just I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get feelings over something that's not real. But when I did, it was just interesting. It caught me. I was looking at it on Jet Nation actually, and the part that really made me go, and I said this in the video, was when Damian Woody had a tweet. It said, yo, man, 6 games into a winning season, bruh, you got to, or you got a lot of games left. Like, you got to settle down. And he replied to that, like, with all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't know what's really happening. And that to me, like Damian Woody, like, look, you got 80 people in your chat. You got me, you got you. Every single one of us can admit Damian Woody knows more than us, right? Like we know. I'm not going to say to Damian Woody, you don't know what you're talking about. It's
Right.
like he has a more direct line than us. It's fucking pretty fair. So for David Stein to say, with all due respect, like, number one, there's that. So if you find out it's me, you don't just come out and bash him. Like, you soften it a smidge, and then you let him know, like, you don't know the details, bro. And that was when it kind of turned. And then he said under Schefter and PFF, the same kind of thing. Like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, you're challenging Damian Woody, Schefter, and PFF, which PFF, by the way, I'm going to make a video. That's another thing I want to do tonight before I call it a day. I want to put out a video for tomorrow morning about the PFF Quinnen Williams grade. The fucking guys, they came out and basically said he didn't even watch the game before he gave that grade. What is that? What is that?
I don't know what's worse, the grade or the fact that they actually had to come out and say
the fact that they had to, right. That's worse. I'm going to tell you right now. They are looked at, and look how many times, everybody in the chat, how many times have you looked up something? You're trying to figure it out. You're trying to see what's real, and you come across a PFF stat and you go, oh, I didn't realize that. And then you get into a conversation. Well, actually, he's this. He's a little better than I thought, or worse. And you use this information because it's supposed to be an analytical place, a site. There's a foundation, and they released a fucking a rating, and that's what they do. And he got so ripped apart by pretty much Jets Twitter again. I mean, we're like out of control, man. We're just destroyed. We're like scorched earth. You know what I mean? But so they attacked him. And they got him to say, well, look, I didn't even watch the game. So he apologized. Like, because they tied him in knots, bro. Jets Twitter is insane, man. So anyway, it's like, I just can't believe that that's what it is. Like, you know, it's one thing to disagree and then go, hey, man, I know we had a good game, and I know you were all excited, but when you look at these plays and in these scenarios, he actually didn't fare as well. Okay, I get it. You know what I mean? You can do all that stuff, but to come out and say, yeah, I just put that out because I don't like him. I gave him a 65, and in a career game, one of the best games from a defensive tackle we've ever seen, bro. Like, that was, I mean, can anybody stack up a game to 2 sacks, 3 quarterback hits, numerous pressures, 2 tackles for a loss, a forced fumble, and a fucking blocked field goal? And you're going to give him a 65 and then say, I didn't even watch the game? Like, what's happening?
It's crazy.
Right? What is this shit?
But they lose so much credibility because
so much, man.
I mean, remember when they would give CJ Mosley like 38s and 40s last
38s.
year? Yeah. And while we watched him run around the field tackling people, and, you know, it's like, well, how could that be? How could that be?
Right. And Jeremy, and it just shows, like, you know how we as fans, we talk about Jets bias. And even when I had Connor Hughes on, I asked him, and he said, I don't think it's as real as you think. This is an example of it being real. Like, if you're going to put out, if you're not going to watch a game and you're going to put out a stat where you're saying this is his grade, it's on your website and the whole thing, why would you pick as low as that? Like, why would you because there's a bias. It's as clear as day, bro. You know?
Yeah.
So anyway, you know, fucking PFF, you know, but to go back to the drama thing with Elijah Moore, like I think Anthony is saying, or maybe Stephen Engel somebody just said it in the I'm sorry, I missed who you were. Oh, it's John Hepburn. He says, and the account was started in October and it's already gone. Right. So that account was created specifically to defend Elijah Moore when some maniac from Jets Twitter figured out, you know, like, hey, this is created in October. And then I found every single tweet and then the whole thing. Maybe just went to his page and looked on his timeline. I don't know. But to me, it seems like it's a hard thing to do to figure out somebody's burner account. But once they called him out on it, they said Elijah Moore's burner account, the account disappeared. That's another one.
Amazing.
So that's what this guy's doing. So let's assume for a second that it's real. Like, so let's say this is real. How do we feel about this? Like, this is our guy, man. This is Elijah Moore, a second round pick who, by all standards, was considered a first round talent. The Jets told us he was their 16th overall player in the entire draft. He has a pretty damn solid rookie season, ups and downs, but he had that stretch where we were like, dude, if this guy gets going, he can light up the league. He has a okay first few games, right?
Yeah.
And 2 games without targets, really, and he completely decomposes. and it's like he's not even the same human being. And then so they send him home because he's inconsolable in a meeting with your coaches. Like, what is this? Is this elementary school? They send him home and he creates a burner account and goes out there and starts challenging everybody. Like, what is happening, Jeremy? What do you think it is?
Well, the worst part about that is if he's still if it is him and he's still avidly defending himself, that means 4 days after the fact, he's not realizing he's wrong. And that's concerning. The fact that you could go 4 days of this because it's so undefendable. Like, there's absolutely no way you can give a logical defense for making this public. You could be upset. You could be frustrated, stressed out by it, whatever it is that's going on in his brain. Okay, you knock on Salah's door. You go into his office. You talk about it. You go into Mike LaFleur's office and you talk about it. And because you supposedly love the team and and you're supposed to be this team guy. Okay, it's okay to have problems. You keep them inside. But for him to throw the tantrum at practice, okay, maybe we could fix that mistake. Go home, spend some time with your family. Right. Call your agent and say, I want you to go public and demand a trade. And there's no argument. He could say, we don't know the whole story. There's nothing you could possibly tell me that happened that justifies those actions.
Nothing. I agree. Nothing. Like, unless like something sinister that we learned, like actually Mike LaFleur was putting fucking tacks in his shoes and and he was calling his girlfriend, like, well, you know what I mean? It's something crazy like that, which isn't there, right? It fucking better not be there, Jeremy. But so, but right, you just nailed it with what you said. There's nothing that can be said like that takes away this type of a response to whatever it was. And you and I both, among many other people, we complained about his usage. We agree with that end of it. At least a lot of us do. Why is he being sent on go routes? He's 5'10". And he's not Elijah Moore. While he is fast, his real asset is quickness, not like fast. Denzel Mims is like the deer. He just keeps picking up speed and he long stride, and that's fast. He's got long term. Elijah Moore is like lightning quick. Not to say he's not fast, of course, but why, you know what I mean? Like, we had those questions. Why is that what we're doing with him? And
my only explanation is it was just the game plan of they can't leave him alone. He's too good. You can't ignore him. You have to take him seriously. And we were playing the game plan of avoid it, taking men out of the box because we knew we had to attack Green Bay in the middle with the running game. And, like that would be my theory.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to, and I'll say it again. I say it as much as I can because I genuinely love the show, but I listen to Cool Your Jets every week. It's funny. They, on Twitter or something last week or whatever, they found out that I was watching it. And they're like, really? You listen to the show? And they're like, oh my God, like they couldn't believe it. But it's like, I've been listening to them. I guess it's maybe, I don't know if it's 2 years yet, but over a year at least. And I love that show, like Cool Your Jets. But this week was even better because Nania and Blessington had Robbie Sabo on, and they deconstructed this whole thing. And they talked a lot about, whether he, should he be in the slot and all those kinds of things. And one of the things that I think it was Robbie Sabo said was, that the importance of the slot position is something, a lot of people don't really focus on. A lot of what the slot does is to open things up for other people. Like it's got to be precise, because sometimes the whole purpose of what that role is doing is clearing things for other places, right? And that happens with all positions, of course, but he said particularly with the slot. And that Elijah Moore has been running lazy routes. So with the importance of the slot position, is particularly in this offense, that Garrett Wilson is a better fit. So it's not that they think Elijah Moore is necessarily better on the outside. It's that he's not better than Garrett Wilson on the inside. And that, to me, helped me reorganize my thoughts. I was like, oh, okay. Now, whether or not I agree or anything, that's all irrelevant, but at least it shows like this thought process, which could help explain. And then when you look at it, and look, we're guys that watch all 22 and we look at breakdowns and all kinds of stuff. And there are a few examples, man, recently of Elijah Moore pulling the old Robbie Anderson, the old, Randy Moss early in his career in Minnesota was accused of this often. When he's not getting the ball, he runs 60%. You know what I mean? So the team, the defense can identify that. You know what I mean? And so not only is he not pulling but it's like, so the guy that's covering him, number one, knows he's more than likely not getting it. So there's that. But then he's not impacting the rest of the scheme in the way that he's supposed to. So like, there's a lot going on here, man. There's a lot going on. And it's really unfortunate because, again, this is the first time in a long time that we have legitimate reason to be excited. Legitimate, dude. It's not just pulling one out of our ass against the Bengals last year. You know what I mean? This is like with Mike White. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is real. And it's a bummer.
I mean, just the length of time it's been since first we had the optimism, right? We saw the changes, but to actually live the wins, especially after like last year, man, that I feel for you, because you had 2 years ago in 2020, you had to sit there and call every play of every game
by myself,
right? By yourself. And then I said, well, hell, anytime you let me on, I'll join you. I'll have fun because I'm alone in Sacramento, hang out with my friend Green Bean and watch the games anyway, right? It's like being together. Right. But it got hard. Like after 4 losses, 5, like it was like, man, this is really hard, because usually I'd walk away and like do something else for a while rather than sit there and suffer. And now here we are. And what a difference, right? Because how much fun are we having now?
Yeah, it's the best.
I mean, now we can't wait till Sunday,
You know what's funny about that, Jeremy? Like I literally, and I talked to you about this a couple weeks ago. Like, we don't know how to be excited on the mic like that. Like we're peaking the mics all the time. Like it sounds like shit, because I don't know. I never experienced this before. I don't know how to be happy on the screen in a live stream. And it's the craziest thing. Like I'm now trying to pay attention to that stuff. Like when I freak out, I have to pull and it's like, the first couple games that I'm like, I don't even know. Like, it's just, I'm like, why does this sound like such shit? Like we're screaming and yelling. It's like, and I'm like, well, oh, right. We never did this before. We don't know.
I know. I'm gonna have to get used to pushing my mic back. Like,
you're like leaning, right? It's you're 100% right. It's like, the lean back, or you know what I mean, turning your head, something, because I get excited and I go, yeah, motherfucker. It's like, and it's just like.
I love watching it back, because there are things that come out of me, like when it's so organic. And you must have had moments like that as a comedian when you react to what people say, and then later on you go, how did that even come out of me?
Yeah,
but totally. Like when I said to you, like when we got that and the comeback against Cleveland and we scored that touchdown that tied it and the extra point to win it, and it just came. I don't even know where it came from. I was just like, you better not miss this, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it was funny, man. It's so funny. Yeah, I mean that it is. It's like, being able to have some fun. And like, I talked to Matt and Ryan from Jets Talk 24/7, they came on my first show, like my first live stream. They've been coming on, outside of a couple weeks here or there where one guy couldn't make it or whatever. They've been coming on the halftime portion of the show the entire time. This is the third year. And it's like we've talked about it. Like we've been happy at halftime maybe 3 or 4 times in 3 years. You know? Because even some of the games where we win, we look like shit in the first half. And it's like I said, like we never get to go like, hey man, this is great. What do you like best? We never get to do that.
Right.
Crazy, man. We're tortured. And that's why Elijah Moore, like, even when you look at David Stein, the burner account, he's like, I can't believe that a player, wants to, just wants to talk about his worth and everybody treats him like this. And it's like, no, bro, you are misunderstanding what you are doing, David. Okay. David Moore. So it's like you are literally taking for 12 years outside of 1 year with Todd Bowles and Fitzpatrick and Moore and Marshall and Decker and everybody. Outside of 1 year, for 12 years, we have been miserable. This is the first time in that entire period that we have a legitimate reason to be happy. A young team that's not even reaching their potential yet. Like we still have shit in the tank that we're still hoping pops. Like, like whether it's Jermaine Johnson or Zach Wilson, he hasn't even played a really good game yet. He's had good fourth quarters and very efficient and no interceptions. And that's great. But we haven't seen him throw a 3-burger up there, a 4-burger. We haven't seen any of that stuff. So like there's still so much young talent that can blow up. And it's like, and you motherfucker, you pull this shit now? I don't give a fuck what it is. I really don't. I don't care. Like if you have a gripe, you can talk to the coach. You can whatever you want. You can be pissy and you can do all. You don't do this now, you piece of shit. And that's how I feel. I think it's an utter betrayal. It's a complete dismissal of our collective experience. It's just showing all I really care about is me.
Yeah,
and I'm jealous of Antonio or AJ Brown and Deebo Samuel and DK Metcalf, all the other guys that share my agent. They did this and it paid off, and I want that.
Right. And now that's going to be like what that GMs and the general managers have to look out for is that all the guys that go to this agent pull this crap. So if I'm a GM, I don't want to talk to a player or draft a player that has this agent.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, he's got a lot of guys that are known team players. Like he's got like Devin White. He's got I had the whole list. Matter of fact, I might even have, and this isn't the whole list. He's got a lot of let me see here.
Who is wide? Maybe it's just a wide receiver thing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I know, but that, like, even though, like, I'm being fair, you're not wrong. It's like, now, whether or not I would not take somebody that this guy's representing, I don't know, but there's definitely a thread here. There's no doubt. All the guys that made a big stink at the wide receiver position, they were all his. And they all, dude, I put the numbers down. It's really a bummer that I can't find it. Because it was, 4 years, 100 million, 3 years, 78 million, like 50 guaranteed, like crazy numbers, dude. Crazy numbers. So here it is. I got it. So real quick. Yeah. You want me to do this? You want me to just give you the numbers, Jeremy?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right.
You're my Adam.
What's that?
I said you're my Adam now.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm inspired by Y2K. So DK Metcalf, we know there were the trade rumors last year. He had 1 year in his contract and he was all pissy. And there were rumors. He got 3 years, 72 million with 30 million guaranteed. AJ Brown, who's Elijah Moore's best friend, There was a whole thing with him all offseason. He got traded to the Eagles, which now 6-0. So there's that too. Like, look how good it worked out for this guy. 4 years, 100 million, 23.3 million at signing, 25 per year, 57.2 guaranteed. So if AJ Brown never plays another snap, like if he hurts his ankle or whatever, and he's got 60 million, 57.2 million guaranteed. So, and then there's Deebo Samuel, who was the most contentious. He had the biggest, he made the biggest deal after, I mean, they were in the NFC Championship. They had this budding team, like they're successful, and all he gave a shit about was himself. They didn't trade him, they kept him, but it was kind of a holdout. And he got 3 years, 73.5, 58.1 guaranteed, 24 at signing plus a $500,000 roster bonus. So he even got, so when you look at DK Metcalf, 3 years, 72, 30 mil guaranteed. Deebo got 3 years, 73.5, but 58 of it is guaranteed. So that's Tory Dandy. So when these guys see that, now Elijah Moore, he doesn't really get, at least from my perspective, these guys did their 3 years, or they earned it, man, and they were among the elites in the NFL. And I think that's kind of his problem. He's saying, like, you're not giving me the chance to be one of these guys, and I think I can be. And that's again, I don't even disagree with that. But you're right. The way you're handling it, you fucking ruined our week, bro. This was going to be a buzz week. We were going to be making positive. Everything was going to be positive. Now it's like we're talking about burner accounts.
I was upset for him as an Elijah Moore fan. I was upset, saying, "Man, can't they get this kid the ball? He's so good. I know he's open. Right. Why aren't they getting him the ball?" I was frustrated and upset. And I agree, and it's really important for people to understand that that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about he doesn't have the right to be upset. We're talking about how do you handle it? How do you handle when you have a problem? And there's no way that the culture of that team was built to say, go public.
Yeah.
And ask for a trade.
Right. And like it went 0 to 100 in 1 second. Like you can't, there has to be, even Jamal Adams, it might even be you that said this. I forget who said it. It's not my original thought, but I agree. It might have been my son, actually. Even Jamal Adams had incremental buildup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was we need more dogs. And then there was the thing with, not talking to Joe Douglas and Adam Gase. And then there was, it took 8 months, 9 months for that to deteriorate. Yeah. Elijah Moore, everything's good. He got 29 receptions, 2 weeks of it kind of dipping. And we're playing, defenses with strong defense back. And even when we were running the ball. So it happens.
Yeah.
2 weeks. That's all it took for this guy.
That's amazing. And then did you see the video I put on Twitter? You must have seen it going around, the September 20th press conference where he said 0 receptions as long as we win.
That's right. That's all I care about. It ain't about me. It's about winning. And it's like, if I was Saleh, I would invite him in and I would have that playing on the screen.
Yeah. Exactly.
Who the fuck's that guy? Remember that guy?
Remember that guy? Yeah, exactly.
Where is he?
Can you imagine what he said in the interviews before they drafted him? So Pooch Guy comes in with the super chat. Thank you, Pooch Guy. I appreciate that. Short of a tearful apology to his teammates and at the podium, this kid is done, especially with guys like Q taking shots at him. Send to Carolina to rot.
What, Quinton Williams took a shot at him? I didn't see that. I know Sauce.
Quinton put a post in saying there's no I in team.
Ooh. Yeah, dude, they don't like it. And I think Pooch Guy nailed it. And I was kind of joking in my video 2 days ago about it. I said, he needs the apology. He needs the individual apologies. Then he needs like Pooch Guy saying, in front of the podium, like in front of the whole group. And he owes Mike LaFleur a box of chocolates. You know what I mean? Like, you got to fucking come in. You got to sweet talk. But I agree with Pooch Guy, man. I think it's like, dude, the way you are stomping your feet and then the burner. If that's really him, and they'll find out for sure. You know what I mean? There are ways they'll know for sure. It looks like it's him. Let me just say that. It looks like it's him. But if it is, dude, this is the wrong way. Now, I wonder if Tory Dandy is saying, keep it going. Keep it going, man. We're going to get what we want. And if AJ Brown's saying, yeah, man, go for yours, man. Look how good I did. And I wonder. Or if somebody is saying, hey, man, patience. And that's why what Sauce Gardner put out, I thought was perfect. It was beautiful, like from the Bible, because that's, Elijah Moore is a very spiritual Christian man. So he went right at it, man. He threw something from the Bible. Like, it's more important to honor others. I forget. It's from Philippians chapter 2, verse 3, I think it was. But yeah, man, I think this went from a little issue to almost incurable in a matter of hours, like fucking 48 hours.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing. The speed in which it's happening, and what I'm trying to make people understand, like one of my big things is everyone's saying it's a little mistake, it'll blow over. And it's like, no, this every day is so critical right after something happens. Like each day since Wednesday, every 24 hours has been more and more critical that this is not a small thing. This is not an easily fixed thing, because how long have we been fans? How often do you see this get fixed when it happens in the middle of a season like this?
Never.
That's what
I mean, and look, the way to fix this, like you saw with Debo or DK, is you got to extend them and you got to pay them, right? But they're not paying, dude. They got 2.5 years left on a rookie contract, which dude, his first year, as much as promise as he showed, dude, he missed 5 games from injury. There are tears to how little leg he has to stand on. I can't believe it. That it's this. And you were talking about mental health before, and I don't want to open that can of worms, but I can't help but wonder, what happened here? What's really happening? Because it's like there's no talking to him. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like, right?
It feels like self-mutilation, because if he was in his contract year, I get it. You're screwing me over. You're not GM could say, yeah, there's some point of, I got to get out of here because I need to, I've been in the league now 4 years. I'm not going to make any money in my contract year. Fine. I wouldn't love it, but he's he's literally 17 games into his career that he's played. And the other thing, we got to keep saying over and over again, when you say, yes, it's the last 2 games, people can't say, oh, it's since he came on the team, because in his first 17 games, one season, 106 targets. That is more than Devontae Adams. That's more than Tyreek Hill. That's more than Cooper Kupp. So he has more targets in his first season, his first 17 games of playing, than those guys. Right. So it has to be based on the last couple of games.
Yep. And that's 100% right, man. And again, we're not saying that we support the way that he's been used. Again, when you look at what Robbie Sabo was talking about, that it's not that they are forcing more on the outside. They're trying to keep him on the field, but he's not doing as good of a job on the inside as Garrett Wilson and even Berrios. They went to Berrios is actually the best slot we have as far as precision and doing exactly what you want him to do. Berrios is even better. So when you have that scenario, it's okay, well, we obviously want you on the field. You're getting the most reps out of anybody on the team. I think he's tied for first, right, with offensive reps. So, but the problem is that he's not as good at slot as Garrett Wilson and Berrios. So, what do you do? That's what they're saying. And in this offense, slot is so important. But yeah, man, it's crazy. And I'm going to tell you guys this. It just so happens that the way this offense is kind of morphing into this pound, 12 and 22 personnel, 2 backs and 2 tight ends and Corey Davis, if that type of an offense, Denzel Mims is actually a much better fit than Elijah Moore in that offense. So I'm looking for an impact from Mims, man. It doesn't even have to be receptions. But to really impact the running game, Denzel Mims is a ferocious blocker, man. And I think it's going to bode well. I think he's going to help a lot. And if he does, imagine this. Imagine Denzel Mims comes in, really impacts the running game, catches 3 passes, one of them being one of those streakers down the sideline. And like, let's say 3 catches for 65, 75 yards. Moore might be toast. Just like, I mean, right there. It's like, fucking, dude, we don't even need this guy. Like it might, yeah. I just think he's making big mistakes. I just all over the place. Every angle I look at it, I see it as a mistake.
Yeah. Johnny P, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. 2 things with the way he's playing. We might be better as a team, and it seems this is not tearing the team apart, but the opposite, which I've seen before, right? We pulls people together. Mims Barrios, FTW.
That means fat Tom World. Fat, thick women.
Yeah, I'm trying to like freaky Tigo.
I felt so confident when I started that little joke. I'm like, I got nothing. Why did I start this?
Fabulous team without.
Yeah, you know.
I don't know.
So, Jeremy, you have 148 people watching in here right now.
I know, man. It's kind of crazy. The only time I've ever had this many people, to be honest, is when I did the post-game show instead of Buffalo. So like on my channel instead of his. So this is exciting. This is I appreciate everybody for being here. Make sure that you are hitting the like button if you are enjoying the content. If any of you are here that are not subscribed to my channel or Green Bean Jets fan, please do that right away.
Yeah.
Subscribe to our channels because we put out content and shows like this all the time.
Right.
And for those of you that a few of the people that were saying, I didn't know you guys were on, why didn't I know? Guys, when you subscribe to a channel, there's a little bell, and you can hit that bell, and it'll always tell you when we jump on live. So
right,
you can hit that bell as well.
Yeah, and to Johnny's point, you know what's funny, Jeremy? I'm so used to manning the StreamYard.
Yeah,
like I've clicked on it on different comments and moved stuff probably a dozen times since I've been on, and it's like I don't have any control. It's like killing me.
I know that it happens to me all the time. Is that like I was going to tell you once, you have to make me like not like an admin of your channel, but like for the producing part, I was like, make me, give me this little more power because
how can I do? I'd be happy to do that. I would.
I don't know if they did a thing where you could add a free team member for free.
Yeah, but no, one team member.
You can only add one.
What does that mean? And then it's like if you want more, you have to charge. They charge you.
Like, right. Now, the good thing about a team member is, and it doesn't have to be me, I'm not saying this to self-promote myself. The good thing about a team member is if you get thrown off the stream, a team member is now able to, and they don't have to be an admin where they control or shut down your shows. You can limit how much power it is, but you can give them the power to highlight, like Frankie, for example. You can make him a team member on Thursday before the show. So this way, if you get thrown off, he could still highlight the chats.
I like it.
You know what I mean?
That's good. I like that. Yeah, it's good. So you had to Johnny's point, Johnny P. Yeah. I don't want to move past it without commenting on it, but I think that's an interesting turn, right? Like there was a rumor today, or was reported that Corey Davis, C.J. Mosley, and Sauce Gardner confronted Elijah Moore.
Wow.
And basically told him to cut it out. And I don't know how it went, or even if it's real, but that was out there today. Wow. And you look at that stuff, it's like, dude, that's C.J. Mosley, Corey Davis, offensive, defensive, leaders, vets, and a rookie. 3 first-round picks. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like saying, hey, bro, calm down. Now, in addition to that, like we're seeing, Vinny Curry came out and talked about, taking understanding your role in a team. You have the thing with Quinnen Williams. You have the tweet from Sauce Gardner. You have the comments from Quan Alexander, saying, he was taking the high road, but he basically said like, yeah, man, like that's someone else. That's somebody else's. That's not what we're focused. Like that's something that we are over here. You know what I mean? That is over there. And it's like, and there were numerous players. And I think that just might be happening, Johnny. Like, yes, I'm sure people are upset, surprised, but I'm sure they're looking at it like, oh, wait a minute. Like this thing can crumble. This can crumble. We need to be extra vigilant and and really come together. Like, we're gonna know a lot about the team this week, man, against Denver. And now Russell Wilson. I don't know how to feel about Russell Wilson not playing. I mean, Ripken in 2020, my son reminded me. I have no memory of this, but my son said, "Oh, Ripken shredded us in 2020."
In 2020, he shredded us. Now that was a different team. We were
different team, but at the same time, we've been there with him, and he's done that with us. So we already did that to we got Bridgewater for the one play. You know what I mean? But like, we did that. But it's like, I don't know how to feel one way or the other. I tend to lean toward Russell Wilson is more dangerous than Brett Rippon. That's just what I tend to lean, but I don't know.
I think so. Like, I think so because of his mobility.
Right. And so, like, if the team comes out this week and plays like they did in Green Bay, like particularly the defense, right? Dude, we knew it from play number 1. It was like, wow. Like, wait a minute. They are crashing the line. They are running fast. They're hitting hard. It was undeniable from the first drive. Like, they deferred to Aaron Rodgers, the balls, because they felt it. The defense was so fired up. It was like, yeah, give it to him. We're going to stop him right now. And they did. And it's like, so if we come out like that, we're going to know a lot about this team. Now, if they don't, if they're like, kind of sappy, spent, tired, slow, sloppy. And, then that we could be looking at this like Elijah Moore kind of pulled the rug out from underneath us a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I was expecting our offense to struggle, to be honest, against Denver's defense. Like, I knew this might be a dogfight. And I was even saying, I think one of the ways we might win is a big defense, like defensive play points, or again, special teams. Like, that's the kind of thing that could break a game like this open, because we might have, like we had the first half of Green Bay. It might look a lot like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so, man. Yeah. All right, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say thanks so much for the super chat again, Johnny P, and initiating that great conversation. And we have another super chat from Pooch Guy. He's like sponsoring my show today. So thank you, my friend. See John Taylor dragging him. No one is on his side.
Right. I see Joy Taylor.
Right.
Who's that?
Dragging him. No one on his side. I don't know who Joy Taylor is.
No one is on. Wait a minute. No one's on. I'm not on anyone's side. You know what it brought me to? It brought me to the Ents in Lord of the Rings. I'm not on a side because no one's on my side. Let me look up Joy Taylor. I don't know. I'm sorry to not be able to do that with you. Joy Taylor. Let me see that. No one. Wait, I'm going to say on my side. Joy Taylor is a American media personality. She is currently the co-host of with LaShawn McCoy. Oh, so she's she's on The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Okay, Joy Taylor's show. All right. Okay. See, I don't know this stuff. Like, when I tell you guys I don't watch this shit, like I mean it. Like, it's not that I won't, but it's not on my radar. Like, this kind of I don't know who that is. Joy Taylor.
It's Jason Taylor's sister.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, according to Curvin Leger or Leger, Curvin in the chat is saying that it's Jason Taylor's sister.
Okay. Welcome, so no one is on his side. Yeah. So we're sorry, Pooch Guy. We don't know what to do with this one.
But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And we have another from Kyle Ornsby, who says, keep Elijah. We're one injury away from wishing we didn't trade him if we wind up trading him. I don't think a lot of people want to trade him this year, right? Like I think most fans are in agreement that if he keeps acting up, we keep him inactive. But I think we're all hoping he comes to his senses and tries to work his way back into the good graces of the team. Wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Like I don't think most Jet fans are saying they want him traded. I think most Jet fans are saying if he keeps this up, keep making him inactive, screw him.
Right.
But I think everybody really wants him to try to get his way back into the good graces of the team.
Yeah. Best case scenario, which by the hour seems less likely, right?
Yeah.
Best case scenario is that Elijah Moore is inactive this week, which we already know. He sits home, watches the team kick ass, watches Denzel Mims play his role and succeed in it. Like that kind of stuff. We win the game. He settles down. He comes back in on Monday or Tuesday, and he says, I was way off. You know what I mean? And he apologizes to everybody. He gets up in front of the podium, the beat, and he gives us some statements like, I got caught. I got caught in some stuff. It happens. I am sincerely sorry, and I hope to be a contributor on this team. You know what I mean? That's best case scenario, bro. We don't want to be losing guys like Elijah Moore. I mean, 3 days ago, let's say a week ago, every single one of us looked at him as among the best players on our team. Just because he's an asshole doesn't mean he's still not that. You know what I mean? So losing players is not what I want to do. Now, if Joe Douglas gets an offer for a first, I think you scoop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he gets an offer for a first, you got to do it. Other than that, I don't see Joe Douglas moving him. I just don't. And it's good.
I agree. I don't think we should, because there's no way we'll get the value for him anyway. There's just no possible way that it's going to be worth moving him now anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah, and I see some people in the chat saying like, he showed his true colors, and you don't want. And I get that. I honestly do. And I've shared with you guys many, many times, I'm a big believer in redemption. Like I really am. Like, again, me. I mean, what is it? 17 years ago, I was literally sleeping in a hallway in Newark. You know what I mean? Robbing my mother. Like that's literally what I was doing. So I'm a big believer in redemption and making mistakes and allowing someone to, if they're sincere, to come back from that. Like I'm a big believer in that. So if he did that, and I see a couple more comments saying if he did that, I'd have respect for that. That's my stance. And I think Robert Saleh would also, I don't pretend to know the man, but from what we see, Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh, they look to be guys that if you're sincere and you eat the shit sandwich that's sitting on their desk, which is hard to do. Being humble is hard, especially when you're wrong. So if they do that, or if he does that, I think they would be receptive, and I would be as well as a fan.
Yeah, no, I think so as a fan too. Like if that, and that's what I've said, and I've said it the last few days. If he comes back and eats the shit and apologizes to the team, and is sincere by being able to say what he did, show that he understands why it was wrong. I'm sorry, I risked, this feeling. We're on a high. This wasn't the way to handle it. Like if he really shows understanding, I don't think there's that much of a responsibility to do it for the fans as much as it is just do it for the team. It would be great if he then tweeted out to the fans, I'm sorry I put you through that, to understand that
totally.
We put our emotions into him. We buy his jersey. We invest a lot of our life into this team, and he definitely shook us. So it would be nice if he did, but the most important thing is just go into that locker room and, like you said, eat the shit.
Yeah. And like Thor, he's been with us for a while. He already burned his jersey. He burned it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nick Shine is talking about doing it at a game in a tailgate. Like he's going to collect the jersey.
I don't know, man. Like, this is the thing. Like, I understand that too. Like, you went out and did the thing with you're going to sell your what's up?
Do you know your voice right now? Is that on purpose or an accident?
Yeah, hold on. Let's do this.
What does it sound like? It says haunted. Am I haunted?
Yeah, it sounds like somebody who's about to do a jersey burning.
Let me see this one. I want to see. There used to be one that said woman, but I don't see it. Let me see. That's what I was shooting for here.
Yeah, you sound very feminine right now. You sound like a 70-year-old Jewish lady.
Oh, you won't.
Let's see.
How about this one? How does that sound, Jeremy?
Now you're Alvin now. You're Alvin Simon or
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, well, all right, here it is. Wait, hold on. I'm going to see if I have woman here. No, it's not there. It's fucking weird. And they took it off. I don't like it.
I
So how
love it.
about I'm gonna put on my broadcaster. Here we go.
I love it.
Broadcaster.
This is great.
How's this? This is better, right? I can.
Still a chipmunk. But I love listening to a chipmunk say things that Greenby would say.
Am I back to normal now? Am I good?
No.
No?
You're not. No, you are a chipmunk.
Oh, come on, everybody.
You screwed up your microphone forever.
All right, here we go. How's this one? Am I good?
Nope. Still a
No?
chipmunk.
Get out of here. You're lying now.
I am not kidding. You can't hear yourself? Oh, of course.
No, I can't.
You could ask the chat. I'm not kidding you. You still sound
How's
like
this one? How about this one?
that. Sounds a lot more like you, but now it's like you're playing an accordion voice. Like your voice is like an accordion.
All right, sorry guys, I didn't realize we would do all this shit.
It's actually
What about this one? AM radio,
still very musical.
musical.
Yeah, it's like you're talking and it's like music with your voice. Like it's
All
like
right,
it's
how about this? How about this one?
still science fiction, like you're in a Star Wars movie. Like
That's the craziest thing. I don't know what happened. Like I'm stuck, guys.
you're a
This is crazy.
a cyclone. Is that what they called it on Star
Yeah.
Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah. Am I a Cylon?
Yeah, you're a Cylon.
Cylon Raiders. Am I back?
No.
Oh my god. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to reset this whole thing here. I apologize, everybody.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna move forward. Kyle, thanks for the super chat. I'm gonna go to Diego Alvarez's super chat. He's saying, "What is the narrative if the Jets and Zach Wilson have the best passing game of the season against the elite Broncos defense without more?" Now, I'd like to add to that, Diego. Do we get to add and it's Mims and Mims has over 100 yards and 8 catches? Because that would be the greatest narrative ever. And I think it would be the greatest thing to ever happen to me as a Jets fan, like top 5 of all time things to happen for sure. Now you're muted, Green Bean. Can't hear you.
How about now? Am I good back? Am I good?
I could hear you, but it's still like echoey and musically, like it's music.
All right, I just gotta turn this whole thing off then. That's crazy, man. All right, now
I should be good.
Now you're good.
All right. Okay.
Okay. You could listen to it back to see what happened, but it was
I
like,
will. I will.
It's trippy as hell. Diego, thanks so much for the super chat. So what do you think? What would the narrative be? Like,
You know what the narrative would be like? So, like, right, that's their strength. They're supposed to be able to neutralize that area of our offense, particularly because we have not been very lethal that way. So if we come out and we go into this game, Elijah Moore's benched, Denzel Mims comes in, and even if we're not using Mims, like, right, if that's it's going to be a whole different thing. But let's just say it's Berrios, Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson, the tight ends, and we have a passing attack that works. The narrative is going to be that Elijah Moore isn't a fit, and he was what was holding it back. That people are going to say that. Now, whether that's right or not, I don't know, but that will definitely be what's happening.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it would be really cool, and I can only wonder what Elijah Moore would be thinking, and what it would be like for him if he's watching that game and he's seeing that happen, Mims going off. I mean, that to me is like a huge backfire. Like if Mims was to come in and have an amazing, unbelievable game, or even if he just blocks well, it doesn't have to be big numbers, right? Because whatever the game plan is, but if he blocks really well, makes a couple of really key catches and receptions,
Yeah,
like big get the first down receptions, great catches, things like that, it's going to make it look like, all right, you're sure you want to do this because it doesn't look like we need you.
right. Yeah, no, it is, man. And for Denzel Mims, just to kind of dip into that side of it, if Denzel Mims comes out and is an effective blocker in this game, like he's just got to come out right. He's got to have no penalties. That's first.
Right.
That became a plague for him. It's never been that way. It was just like last year, all of a sudden he's got the. So we have to make sure he has to make sure that doesn't happen. But let's just say he's really effective blocking. And by the way, he is a very effective blocker. He's very good at it. And so if he does that all day and he gets, like you said, a first down, or he does one of those contested catches, like the ball's up and he jumps up and gets it, it's going to change everything. All he really has to do is do more in this game than Jeff Smith has so far. If he can do that, there's going to be a rethinking. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. Hey, we're gonna find out tomorrow. Late game. I think it's the first time we're ever gonna be doing a late game together.
Yes, it is. I hate it. I hate late games. As a matter of fact, I have to kind of go. Speaking of late, it's 10 o'clock. I still have work to do. Yeah, I have to meet. I have a meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30. So that I have to drive a half hour to. So
all right.
Yeah. So
Thanks
what else? Yeah. I mean, I'll spend 2 more minutes with you.
Oh, okay. We just got another super chat. Kevin or Curvin. I keep calling him Kevin. Curvin. It's my eyesight.
Curvin.
I thought Sauce Instagram post was pointed towards Moore. I definitely thought it was, right? Like was it Instagram or was it Twitter? I saw it on Twitter where he put the thing with about selfishness. And it was like a psalm from the Bible or something.
Yeah. I'll get it. I have it right here.
It's actually very clever of him to do that. By the way, that's super clever.
Yeah,
because Elijah always puts those quotes up.
That's right. So here's the tweet. Not that Curvin doesn't know, but just to reiterate it: do nothing out of selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility consider others as more important than yourselves. Philippians chapter 2, verse 3, life of an empath with someone on his knees, little emoji. So, I mean, I'm with you, Curvin. Like, and I said it in my video. It's like, look, truth is we don't know. I mean, maybe that's a message. Maybe that's his grandmother's favorite, excerpt, and he's doing that for her. We don't know. But the timing of it really makes me think, and I am 100% convinced, unless I hear otherwise, that Curvin's exactly right. I think that's directed at Elijah Moore and to the rest of the team. Like, we don't have to succumb to this. You know what I mean? Like, it's one guy. He's doing something out of, I mean, dude, the two words, selfish, conceit. Like, what are you doing? So I think Sauce Gardner is absolutely putting that out there, pointed at Elijah Moore.
You know what I love about that is it makes me think that it's already showing that what Sauce Gardner is never going to do to us.
Hopefully, because don't forget, last year, Elijah Moore's rookie year, he literally went in front of everybody and said, I don't care if I get 0 catches.
Yeah. But I mean, the fact that he's actually doing that instead, like that affects your life, right? When you see someone else doing it and how it made you feel, it's going to impact him, even if he's ever upset. Do I want to go down that road? Because I was once on the other sides of one of the teammates when you do go down that road,
So, hey, Dave Echeverry's look at the comment. It's toward the bottom.
Okay.
He said that Elijah told Sauce, that's a great quote. Send it to Breece. What does that mean? Is Elijah Moore saying Breece Hall's selfish?
Yes, because he's mad that he's getting so much of the attention and the carries and the touches.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
The guy's a running back.
Did that really happen?
I don't know.
Elijah Moore respond to that? Send it to Breece? Like Elijah Moore's jealous of Breece Hall?
That would be amazing if that's true.
If that's the case, if he really put that out there, great quote, send it to Breece, then Elijah Moore's done. The team, it's like the Breece Hall doesn't call the plays because he's successful. You know what I mean?
That's absolutely such a poison.
That's the worst
poison, because there's no way that they're listening to Breece Hall and he's deciding. They're calling the plays. Breece Hall's just doing what he's being asked to do. He's just playing.
Right.
Like it's unbelievable. How could you possibly, if that's true, you're right. He's not even a rational human being anymore. He's
Yeah.
so far off the deep ends that he's gone forever.
Right. Hey, before he leaves, because they always do, I wanted to, and we'll get right back to this. Broncos fan is in here saying, let Rippin rip. Rippin already beat the Jets. Duty. I just want to remind Brian, he doesn't know, but I'll tell Broncos fan. 2 weeks ago, that's what Miami Dolphins fans were saying about Skylar Thompson. They were all excited. Let's be real. You would much rather have your $240 million Super Bowl winning quarterback in the game over Brett Rippon, who's a journeyman. You know what I mean? He's a backup. Yes, he beat a, what were we in 2020? Weren't we 2-win team?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean I think there might be one player or maybe two at the most that were on our defense in 2020 compared to what's going to be there tomorrow. So you're talking about a completely different defense, different coach, all different players. Maybe Quinnen Williams, our best player, is the only one that was there.
Yeah.
And that was way before he was as developed. And I can't think of anybody else that was on the team because I think
Nathan Shepard.
Mosley was hurt. I mean, like starters. We have a completely different secondary. We have a completely different defensive line, other than Quinnen Williams, who you should not be happy is still there. So, and it's a totally different coach and a totally different system. So it's absolutely meaningless to point out what he did against us in 2020. It's a different team.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing, and you're 100% right. So, that's the little boy whistling in the dark. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, and we don't know. Brett Rippon might come in and play great. We don't know.
Sure.
But let's be real. You know what I mean? Like, you were excited about trading for Russell Wilson. And he's been disappointing to the tune of tears in some aspects, right? But let's be real. You wanted him in there. You want Russell Wilson. You want to see him turn it around, not have a $240 million quarterback that you gave 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and whatever else it is. Drew Lock, Noah Fant, that you gave all that away. You don't want to have him sitting on the bench for Brett Rippon. That's worst case scenario. Worst case.
If I was a Broncos fan, the last thing I would be doing is chirping about my backup quarterback.
Right. I got to find this Sauce tweet and find out if that's true. Because that is crazy town. Now, the only thing I would say that concerns me in that instance is that we know that Elijah Moore and Michael Carter are super tight. Like, they're like best buds on the team. So that would insinuate that Michael Carter and Elijah Moore are whispering behind closed doors, poking each other's wounds, so to speak.
But Michael Carter's getting touchdowns. Like, he's getting the ball, he's getting carries. Like, he's not getting as much, but he's getting carries. He's scoring touchdowns. He's being used. He's in the game, all those reps. But
that still might not be what he wants. You know what I mean?
But he always says, I went to North Carolina. I'm used to being, 2 backs in the backfield. I don't know. I know you can't go by what they say because Elijah Moore just burnt any kind of trust we could ever have for what they say.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I can't find the Sauce Gardner tweet. I mean, I don't. Oh, there it is, right there at the top. I fucking flew right past it. Let me see. I'm going to scroll here for Elijah Moore or David Stein. We can see if David Stein checks in. I don't know. That would be concerning to me. I don't know. Let me just do this and then I got to bounce, Jeremy. I'm just,
You love
Elijah,
that studio.
Wait.
You love that studio.
This is Elijah M. Season. So there's somebody that's like an Elijah Moore fan saying, easy for you to say when you don't need to rely on a next contract on a quarterback that doesn't look his way. Notice why the wide receivers aren't talking. Yeah. Well, if Corey Davis is one of the guys that went and talked to him, that would be something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't see him in here, man.
Yeah, I hope it's just a rumor or something and it's not real, because that's like a whole nother level if he starts calling out another player and calling them selfish.
Right.
That's crazy talk.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Either way, dude, it's got to be squashed. So, like the bottom line in all this is that Robert Saleh is known to be a leader of men. We've seen it, have an impact on the field the last this season, even week 2, and I mean we've seen it. We've all had our gripes. You guys know mine. I still hold some of those, but the impact has been seen. Now we have tangible proof, but this is a major challenge. If the young guys on our team, which don't forget, we draft character guys, if they start turning, then there's going to be an issue. This is, like, again, bottom line, Robert Saleh has to find a way to fix this. Whatever side it is, he has to plug the dam now. We got to go out there, beat the living shit out of the Broncos, and come back and say it doesn't matter who it is. There is no I in team. If they go down, next man up, we win. That's the way it's got to be.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, so David Echeverry says it was a joke.
Oh,
Really funny, Dave. Yeah, it was a good one.
Oh,
Fucking hilarious. We're all sensitive, you bastard.
we're having a whole conversation.
We're all
about
touchy, man. You can't do that.
It's a Modesto. It gets a
Good
little
old
boring.
Echeverry.
It's a little boring in Modesto. You have to do something
I
to
know.
spice things up.
Right. Nobody's mad at you, but nobody's mad at you except me and Jeremy.
Saunders Clark, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I made a short Brady Quinn 0-9 hot take video for you on my channel or Twitter. Go Jets. Oh, I didn't know you had a channel. I'll check it out
Who?
for sure.
Sanders Clark?
Yeah.
Where is it? What's it called? What's his on my channel or Twitter?
He said, feel free to play it if you want. I don't know if YouTube knows that you gave me permission, though, if I play it, right? I'm not sure.
Saunders Clark. Let me see here. Let me see what he's doing. It's probably going to be some naked, monkey.
With
a giraffe.
Well, if you find it and you want to play it, yeah, you have the ability to share it on the screen, and then I can play it.
Saunders Clark. There's some Gary V stuff. Brady Quinn. Let me see. Let's see.
Right. I said they won't be favored in the first 9 games. The season's going to be over before they get to the.
Oh, I saw this video.
Oh, this is good.
He's
You want me to?
he's denying what he said. So yeah.
Yeah. It's just so funny. This is good. So this is Saunders Clark. I'm gonna get. You only got 10 followers. So let's watch this video. How many people we got in here?
We got 162 right now.
162 people. Let's all give let's watch the video, see if we like it. If we don't like it, we're not following you, buddy. But if we do, we will we'll all give you a follow. Look at this. I'm gonna look at I gotta take that off. I don't know if I like it yet. All right. So Jeremy, can you hear it if I do this?
Yeah, let me take away his super chat. Okay.
That's right. Can you hear it?
You said
yeah, we could hear it.
Okay. All right, so here it is, guys. This is Saunders Clark, little cut up of Brady Quinn. Let's make it big. There we go.
Look, I never said they were going to be 0-9. I said they won't be favored in the first 9 games. Yes. Their season's going to be over before they get to the bye. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Their bye comes November 13th. There's a realistic scenario where they're 1-8 here, maybe 0-9. I mean, as good as the roster has improved, I just haven't been a believer in Zach Wilson. I've got them winning 5 games and probably going back to the drawing board at the quarterback position in the 2023 draft.
Well done. You got to take that sound off. You're going to get dinged.
Oh,
all right. So that's good. The music they'll get you, Jeremy. I'm going to give Saunders Clark. So I'm going to give Saunders Clark a follow. What do you think, Saunders? How's that sound?
I think he deserves it. I'm going to do it too. I'm going to look it up and I'm going to do it afterwards. Those of you who want to give Saunders Clark a follow, obviously that was a very funny video, and maybe
like it. Let me see if I like it.
Yeah, maybe he's going to give us other content like that.
Yeah, clip some. Hey, Saunders, go ahead and chop some stuff up. But you got to remember, like, if we're going to play it, you can't have, just for us, if you don't care, then go ahead. But for us, you can't have like stuff that's going to be owned by other people, like the music for Curb there,
Curb Your
you know?
Enthusiasm, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I
So
love. I love the music. I mean,
yeah. Am I still sharing my channel here?
yeah.
All right, I'm off. That's now you guys see. I'm not still sharing, am I? No.
I don't have it on the screen, but now it's
Okay.
gone.
There you go.
Now
All
it's
right,
gone.
good. All
Cool.
right. So, all right, guys, listen, I got to run. That was good, Saunders. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you for sending that in. But yeah, man, I got to run. And yeah, Broncos fan, you just wait and see what Sauce Gardner does to whoever it is that Brett Rippon's trying to peel himself off the turf to throw to. Anyway, Jeremy, thanks, buddy. Everybody have a good night. Glad we're having a rocking show in here. You should stay on all night until they leave.
Thanks for coming on, Green Bean. I appreciate it. And everybody, again, me and Green Bean will be on Green Bean
That's
Jets
right.
fan tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow, well, Green Bean Jets fan or Jet Nation, you can find us on either YouTube channel. And also, everybody go subscribe to Saunders Clark on YouTube. Don't forget.
He's saying he doesn't care. He just wanted people to retweet it. So I'll go on Twitter and retweet
Yeah,
it.
there you go. All right. So go retweet it or whatever. So thanks, Saunders. All right, Jeremy, thanks. And everybody in the chat, have a good night. I'm out.
I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, buddy. All right. Well, thanks for that super chat. And Mike Sanders with, is this another super chat? 2 young wide receivers has requested a trade after just 1 year playing with Mike LaFleur. We bashed Ulbrich when we do hold Mike LaFleur accountable. Well, let's be honest about this, though. The Mims situation is very different. Now, a lot of us are upset and thinking they're misusing Mims. We're not happy about the Mims situation, but the request for a trade for Mims, we can't be mad at. I mean, it makes total sense. He's been inactive the entire season. He had a great spring, summer. He did everything they asked. Obviously, he wants a trade because they're not giving him an opportunity to play. And none of us could fault him. I mean, he's in his 3rd year. The guy deserves a chance, right? So if we're not going to give it to him, I think it's a fair argument to say we're not giving him an opportunity. He's WR6 on the team right now, so it's understandable. But Elijah Moore is playing tons of reps, and he was just being utilized a different way. Again, 17 games with the Jets that he's played, 106 targets. It's not the same thing because he could say in his own brain because of the last 2 weeks we're not using him, but it's just not true. 106 targets. That is more than Devontae Adams. I'm sorry. Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill and Cooper Kupp, 3 of the best receivers in the NFL. He has more targets than them in his first season. So it's just not, it's just not viable. Longtime Niner fan is in here. I love him. He subbed to my 49ers Chaos channel, and I really appreciate that. And hey, we're going to do a live show on Monday for you, buddy. I got a Niners expert coming in, and we're going to talk about that CMC trade. And enough of that, because I'm going to get in a lot of trouble with my Jet fans for talking about it. But you know what, Broncos fan? We might not beat you. We might not win. But you know what my followers don't do here, the viewers, everybody around you don't do? We don't go into the Broncos content providers. We don't go into their chats and start talking a whole bunch of smack. If you want to have an intelligent conversation and say, hey, guys, what do you think of the game? What's your perspective? But if you want to come here and just talk trash, that's when I ask you, I don't know if your parents are alive, but if your mother and father are alive and they ask you what you did today, is that what you want to tell them? I went onto YouTube and I went into the Jets fans chats and I started talking about all kinds of smack and how we're going to beat them and started trolling them. That was what I decided to do at my time. We had a guy who's a big Baltimore Raven fan, and because the Ravens fan was the first game of the season, he did it for 2 months. For 2 months, this moron was coming into all of our chats, talking trash, Ravens this, Ravens that. We don't say games are automatic wins typically. What we talk about is games that are winnable. You're 2-4. Your backup quarterback is in. Your defense is incredible. So nobody thinks we're blowing you out 50-0 or scoring tons of points. We say it's a winnable game. And the reason it's a winnable game is because you might not know this, and it's okay because 99% of the NFL outside of New York is as ignorant as you are. Our defense is not the same defense it was 2 years ago. And if you don't know about a guy named Sauce Gardner and a guy named DJ Reed, your confidence in your wide receivers is laughable, because maybe you should actually do some homework. Because if you think your wide receivers have struggled this season so far, you wait until you see the cornerbacks that are going to be covering them this week. Okay, you're talking about one of the best, not tandems, trios, one of the best cornerback trios in the NFL now. You're talking about DJ Reed, Sauce Gardner, and Michael Carter II. You know, look it up, my friends. Look it up. So for you to think this is going to be an easy game, go ahead. Think it's going to be an easy game. I say it's going to be a dogfight. You remember the game you had against the Niners? It was like a dogfight. There's a chance it's going to be like that. But guess what? You might not come out on time you might not come out on top this time. But be sure to come back. Right? Whether you win or lose, please come back. If you lose, don't just disappear. Man up and show up. And we'll talk about the game. I mean, yeah, Zach Wilson's going to throw 3 interceptions. He threw 2 interceptions his first game back. One of them was off the hands of his wide receiver, and the other was so he had one bad one in 3 games. But you think he's going to throw all these interceptions? Okay. Preach, Xavier. You new here, buddy? My friend, my pal. I will preach. And if you're new to the channel and you like the show, hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, hit the sub button. We come on. We're here a lot. I get good people on the show. We have a lot of fun. Join us. To all new people that are here, you're all welcome to be here. Hit the sub button. Become part of the channel. Become part of the chaos. You don't even know what goes on here. Right now, you're seeing talk. But, you know, there's other things you can get here, too. You like watching someone eat hot sauce? You like watching a bald guy's head turn red? This is the place for you. You want to see a guy eat 12 hot dogs? This is the place for you. 12 hot dogs. My co-host on Wednesday nights ate 12 hot dogs on Wednesday. 12. Okay? This is the place to come, my friends. Come here. Be part of this channel. You're all welcome. Green Bean just left. You just missed him, my friend. I'm sorry. If you came here for Green Bean, I'm sorry. He just left. He was here for a good hour. I'm not lying. I have witnesses here that he was here. I didn't just do it as clickbait. Green Bean was here, but we are very late in this show. I had no plans to staying on this long, but there are so many of you. It seems kind of silly to leave now. Like Iowa Jet fan understands. He'd be like, Jeremy can't leave now. He's got 145 people in here. That's Iowa Jets fan. Everybody meet him. By the way, in case you don't know it, Iowa Jets fan went to his first Jets game at MetLife Stadium. He what did he do? We paid for it, like a bunch of us. We all raised money for him. And a friend of ours, AbLab Studios, made a giant donation. Well, he was already on ticket. But the point is, people raised a lot of money for him, and we all got to meet Iowa Jets fan. He definitely does sound exactly the way I'm imitating him. No matter what he says, he sounds just like that. No, I'm just kidding. Jacob, Dom C can come on if he wants. Is anybody out there that wants to come on? Running my people. I sent out the link to some people, and they didn't show up. So I guess no notice on a Saturday just doesn't work. He was supposed to eat 13. He cheated us. Well, he ate the 13th one later on, but I mean, give him a break, Anthony. He tried. He really gave every effort. He did everything in his power. How come I can't see Iowan's thing? I see that he put up his member chat, and it's not showing it to me. And I don't understand that. Iowan, I don't know why I can't find it, brother. I'm looking for your membership chat, and it's not in my system here, even though I could see it on the other screen. What is going on? This bothers me because this chat deserves to be highlighted. Where is it? Okay, so I'm just going to read it out. What Iowa is trying to say. A lot of you see it in the chat. Iowan Jet fan, and I'm going to highlight some of his other chats just to make it up to him. Is a member. He's a snacker on this channel. So all of you have the ability to sign up and join as a member of the channel. That gives you shout outs, priority. I read your chats, priority, all that good stuff. If you're a higher level member, you could even get on the show, all kinds of good stuff. You can read about it on my page. If you go into my bio, there are onto the homepage, you'll see a join button, and you can join and pick and become one of the snackers. The reason we call it snackers is because I eat a lot of snacks, and the people, a lot of people like watching it, which is weird, I know, but it's just true. And so anyway, if you want to become a snacker, go ahead. And what that does is it helps pay for the studio that's around me right now. I got lights here, a big screen. I got a microphone, all kinds of things. The StreamYard, it all costs money. And you guys, that's my current snackers and people who have been generous enough to give me super chats are my financiers. They're the ones that are, or my sponsors. They're the ones that are making this show get better and grow and improve. So I appreciate it. Whether you join as a member, when you do those super chats, it really helps. If you can't, if you're not in a position to, just subscribing and being here and being in the chat is support enough. I love you, for that. So there's no pressure for any of that, but it's all appreciated, and it definitely does happen. So, it definitely does help and everything, and it does make the show better. So he did have some condiments, I think. You can go back and watch it. It was on last Wednesday's show. So if you look on my channel, go back to the last Wednesday episode. And it's in the title. It says Adam will try to eat, a lot of hot dogs. And you can watch it. It's a lot of fun. Basically, it is for every $25 in super chats that we collected, Adam had to eat a hot dog, and I had to eat a shot of hot sauce. So I ended up doing 13 spoons of hot sauce. It was absolutely agonizing. But we appreciate it. We raised a lot of money for the channel. Just bought a very important piece of my studio, which just added, which is a giant screen, smart screen that could be used as an extra monitor that I'm using right now. And also it works as a TV. So tomorrow when we're doing our watch party, I could watch the game and broadcast from my studio rather than sitting on a couch. So all that. So what's this? Green Dog says, I watch YouTube channel hosted by a retired NFL quarterback, and he called out Moore for lazy route running a few weeks ago. Yeah, there are some people say that he was like jogging or something, but the question is that part of the problem? Because he wasn't like that last year, and nobody knew him to be that kind of player. So the real question becomes, is it because he's upset? And that's excusable, right? That's not excusable. It's not an excuse, but I'm just wondering. Shakif Khan, you work in Sacramento. Are you a Jets fan? Well, you're here, so I'm assuming you're a Jets fan, right? That's kind of crazy, man. We need to start up a Jets club or something. Because my friend Glenn is also a Jets fan. So that means we'll have 3 Jet fans in Sacramento that I know of. But anyway, I don't know where you work in Sacramento. I live downtown, right on in Midtown. And I work in Arden Arcade on West El Camino. I work in a school there. So you're the first person to ever be on this channel that said they live in Sacramento. That's kind of exciting for me, man. So let me know where you are. And do you like Urban Roots? It's like my favorite place to eat. So I'm just wondering, if you live in Sacramento or work in Sacramento, you must know about Urban Roots. The best barbecue, baby. But anyway, Twisted had a big mention here. What's this? Jeff Cass left. Tell the truth. Swallowing that hot sauce wasn't that bad, but it's a trip to the head with export. Yes, I will admit, and it's always that. Well, it was bad. I mean, it was painful. I was in a lot of pain. It's my tongue. Everybody suffers differently when they do hot sauce. With me, it was my tongue. It really, really hurt. But yes, it's really bad going out. I'm not going to lie about it. I know it's not a topic people want to talk about or think about, but when you do 13 shots of hot sauce, I mean, it's just, that was no fun. The next day was not fun, but you know what I mean? I needed the money. Yay. You think he's jealous of Garrett Wilson? I mean, it's possible. I don't know if it's jealous. envy, maybe. It's because the difference between envy and jealousy is jealousy usually is like over a lover, like, girlfriend, boyfriend, like lover, like relationship. Whereas my brother Matthew taught me this. Envy is the same, but it's for like, oh, you have a shirt that I want, and I get mad, or we say jealous, but it's really not jealous. It's envious. So, but now I'm getting a little too technical because we all use the word jealous, right? Aren't you all jealous of my microphone? It's my microphone. I'm strange when I get tired. I just wonder if he's I supply everyone's corn. Well, you are in Iowa, so it makes sense. Jennifer is here. What's going on, Jennifer? He wanted a touchdown. He just wanted a touchdown. Elijah wanted a touchdown? Well, green with envy. Yeah, I'm sure he wanted some catches and he wanted a touchdown. But like at the end of the day, there's only one thing you're supposed to really want in a football game, and that's the win. You're supposed to want to win. That's who we want on our team, guys who care more about winning than anything else. That's who everybody wants in their team, and even a company. That's who you want. It's a team person, a team player. It's like it can't be stated enough. So he's lowering his value. I'm just gonna highlight everything Iowan says. Oh, he's using his emoticons. That's right. You get emoticons when you join the channel. Thanks for reminding me of that, Iowan. You get emoticons, special ones. You get to be special. So this was his anniversary or free super chat. It says I don't actually sound like that. He doesn't. You know what Iowan sounds like? Iowan sounds like when you watch TV. Like basically he sounds like a guy with no accent. That's what you sound like when you live in Iowa. Like you don't have an accent. You're like you have a TV voice. Like when you watch TV and you watch sitcoms, like Growing Pains. Now Michael, when he's talking to his son, the guy, the father, Michael, blah blah blah. Whatever his name was, or Alex P. Keaton. His family and everything. Like that's what Iowan sounds like. Just a regular guy. I'm definitely not jealous of that microphone. Think about all the crumbs that are stuck in the foam. Oh my God, it's so true. My wife is grossed out by it. I don't know if that's crumbs or spit, but I'm going to have to buy a new one of these cushions real soon. Does it change when I take it off? Does this sound different now? Does it sound different without a cushion? Now I'm going to put the little foam cushion back on. Yeah, there we go. All right, you're in Cedar Falls. Now, I'm sure Iowa Jeff Fan knows where that is, right? So he's saying, "Oh my God, that's so funny." Oh my God, Jeremy, you could wash that thing. I do after every show. This is just from today. I do wash it. I really do. Daryl Hines. I lived on Long Island a majority of my life, and I do not have a New York accent. Well, Long Island is not Brooklyn or Queens, like maybe you lived in a more civil part of New York. Because when I went to Stony Brook, I noticed that. Like in Stony Brook, it was, I went to Stony Brook University, and there was like a lot of people that grew up in Staten Island that commuted, and they all talked a little bit more normal than we did. We were talking like this, and get a cup of coffee. And, the Long Island people were kind of speaking like this and normal. And how are you today? So that's actually Florida. Welcome to Florida. How are you? Welcome to Florida. Now I'm going to have about 20 Floridians attack me, starting with this guy. Talking with Jets Tigo. Cushion helps with the ST and P sounds. I don't know what that means, Tigo. Okay, I know you're sitting there and you're shaking and you're jumping up and down, and you're doing your thing. But I'm sorry, buddy. I just don't know what that means. But anyway, speaking of Tigo. Speaking of Tigo. Uh-oh. What's going on? Okay, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Get this going on here. Speaking of Tigo, Tigo, check your Twitter. I'm glad that it does something, these cushions. Hello from Brazil. Don't see how Moore can fix this. Imagine the booze he's going to get when they put him back in at a home game. Well, the first thing I'd like to say is thank you so much for being here and watching my show. I don't think I've ever had anybody from Brazil. So we have people from Ireland, from England, from New Zealand, from Australia, from all over America, even Tahiti, but Germany, but I don't think we've ever heard Brazil. If you're a Jets fan, I think it's absolutely outrageously cool that you are a Jets fan in Brazil. I want you to know, I don't know, Brazilian steakhouses is my favorite place to eat, my friend. And I don't know what you guys do or how you get that piece of meat that you have. You know, the one that they bring at the end, hoping you're full so you don't take a lot. That rolled, circled up meat. It's the greatest stuff in the world. Also, I'm a sucker for the salad bar. I always fill up on the salad bar and eating those little ball bread things. But thank you so much for being here. Love to hear your story. If you want to type it out, like, I don't know how you became, how did you become a Jets fan? Were you in America for any amount of time? How did you even become a fan of the NFL? Really, really cool. But I am so happy that I can now officially say that I've had a viewer from Brazil with us live. Super, super cool. And I agree with you. It's going to be very, very hard for him to fix it. It's going to be hard for him to fix it because of pride and ego. Like, the actions he takes to fix it is not that hard. The actions, if he's able to swallow his pride and swallow his ego, it's easy to fix. He just has to go into the locker room with his tail between his legs and beg for forgiveness, right? And then he has to come and just play hard and never raise his voice or say anything again. Just shut up and don't say anything ever again. And through time, he'll win back people. Like that's, like eventually he'll win his way back into the hearts of the fans. But the hard part about that is the ego. A lot of people have a lot of trouble once they feel a certain way, admitting that they were wrong. It's very, very difficult. Before I move on with a very special thing that I'm going to be doing, I would like to introduce my niece, Shayna. You see some of my other family members a lot. Shayna's very busy. She's doing her thing. If you type in Shayna Cravat on YouTube, you could join her channel, and she does really cool things because it's like you never know what you're going to get. She doesn't cover just one little thing like the Jets like I do. She actually goes recipes and this and that. And if you're like, hey, I'm a macho guy, I like to watch football, I'm not going to watch some girl make biscotti, then let me tell you this. If you don't want your wife to bother you while you're watching my video, send them to Shayna's site, right? Send them to Shayna's channel, Shayna Cravat, and your wife will definitely love the channel. I like it because I'm into food and I'm into culinary and I love my niece. So I like it because it's a way I can check in on my niece and see her and feel like I'm connected to her in some bigger, better way, right? So, but I would absolutely recommend going to check out her channel. But that's my niece and I'm glad she's here. So cool. I don't know if I described her channel right. So that's even more reason to go check it out. So you can judge whether or not I explained or described her channel. So more. Look at all these new people in here. I hope you guys are hitting the like button. I hope you guys are subscribing because we have so many new people in here. It's so exciting. So I hope that when I check later that I have a whole bunch of new subs and more people that we can talk to and become friends with. So yeah, there it is. I love you too. Say hello to your husband for me, my nephew. And I would like to now welcome another guest onto the channel because I need some energy. You know who brings the energy? You guys know him. I was just making fun of his state and the way they talk. How are you, Tigo? What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Jeremy?
Not much.
Oh man, what a week!
Just trying
What
to
a
keep the show
week.
going. So I haven't heard your take at all, man. We've been like disconnected, you and me. I haven't spoken to you at all since all this happened.
Yeah,
What do you think, man? Just go ahead. Talk about what you take on all this.
I think you've said it. Like, obvious. It's hard to say something different because I think I understand the frustration that Elijah Moore is having. I think we all can. If you don't understand like the frustration that he's going through, you just haven't been watching Jets football games, right? At the beginning of this year, we all talked about how Elijah Moore should be or was gonna be or whatever. You know, I made such a bold statement to call him wide receiver 1 in the AFC East, like over Diggs, you know? And so it's not a matter of us not liking Elijah Moore, but what's starting to happen is we're starting to see the flaws and the chinks in the armor, or instead of armor, the character, right? And last year I was more willing to forgive him tossing his helmet underneath the bench after a loss and those aspects of the game and those aspects of what he was doing. But now that we're winning is supposed to cure everything, right? Like, look how long Antonio Brown was insane. Like, and Mike Tomlin was able to control him and all of that stuff, but it's because they were winning.
Yeah.
They were constantly in the playoffs. They never had a losing season. Winning is supposed to cure all things. And it's weird. I think ultimately it comes down to bad advice. Being surrounded by people that like are just not looking out for what's the best thing in his career. You know, it's people who are selfishly putting themselves and their opinions or whatever of what should happen ahead the actual what's good for Elijah Moore's career. And so I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to see Elijah Moore, you know, ask for forgiveness and all of those things. And he ultimately works it out with the team. And it's just a pattern. I think it's the agent more than anything. Like, because if you look at all of his guys that he represents, like, what did they all do to get out of their towns? They were either incredibly disrespectful or they demanded a trade after being incredibly disrespectful. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I want Elijah Moore on this team more than I don't want him on this team. But for that to happen, he's got to eat some crow, and he's got to be happy to eat that crow, because no one put you in this situation except yourself. Anybody with half a brain, and he has more than half a brain when it comes to football knowledge, the guy's in the NFL for a good reason. He's a good wide receiver, knows why he's not getting targets, right? They're not trying to exclude him. They're not trying to take anything away from him. None of that. So I just think it was in a moment of weakness. He did something that hopefully doesn't become irreparable damage with the team.
I agree 100%. I mean, I think we're all on the same page. I think it's just anybody who's being rational, you know, is pretty much thinking along these lines, right? I mean, at this point, I think as bad as it's getting, and it's okay to acknowledge the brutal truth and hold on to hope at the same time. There's a word for that, you know, invented by that guy who was a prisoner in World War II, about having hope, but also accepting the brutal truth of the situation. So while the brutal truth of the situation is that we might be losing our handle on Elijah Moore, and we might be losing him as a player that's going to ever really contribute to our team, you could also at the same time hold on to hope and a belief that we're going to somehow work it out and things are going to be all right. I think they call that the Stockholm effect. You see that? I'm an educator, people. So you're going to, we're not only going to talk about the Jets, you're going to learn things if you stick with me long enough. For some reason, I expected Tigo to know it and have heard of it, because he seems.
I did. I just didn't want to take your thunder. Yeah, I know what Stockholm Syndrome is. I'm pretty sure that's how I got my wife to stay with me.
I figured, yeah, you're one of those genius guys. I knew it right away. Like, there's nothing I'm going to ever spit out that you don't already know.
Look, I don't like the reality is that's probably, I might not know it as in like in-depth analysis of it, but I try to. One of my biggest fears when I was growing up that I had to like figure up and deal with was being in a conversation where I didn't have anything to say, you know? And so I just read everything to make sure that there's, no matter what topic, no matter what anything, I always have something that I can contribute or say.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
So anyway, and Anthony has a good point. Anthony, somebody I don't recognize his name, so new to the channel, but he says something that makes a good point. We've been talking about this up and down for a long time. It is the big news. That's why I started tonight's show. But we do have a game against Denver tomorrow. We are 4-2. We haven't won 3 games in a row in a long time, since 2017 or 15. And it doesn't really matter. The point is, we haven't won 3 games in a row where we truly believe in the future of the team at the same time in a really long time.
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah, this is different. We haven't been in a situation where not only are we winning, but it's like everything we had hoped that was happening in the past 18 months seems to be finally showing up in the win column. And it's like, wow, this is really becoming believable that this is happening. Like, we are turning this around. It doesn't mean this year. I'm not going to predict how many wins are going to win this year, but that we're on the path and that we are a team to be reckoned with moving forward in the future. And I think tomorrow, like I was saying it to that Denver fan who was in here trolling us, I'm not going to sit here and guarantee and sit there and be cocky and say we're going to beat Denver, because their defense is insane and it's going to make every game very, very difficult. Every game is a 50-50 game for Denver because their defense is that good. But I will say it is without question a very winnable game.
Oh yeah.
And that's something we haven't, as Jet fans, been able to say for a long time, especially road games.
I think the best example of it was how this team is different is to do a little baby plug of my own channel here real quick. One of the videos, I think we all made this video, but at the beginning of the year, I made a video where I went over all of the games, the whole 17-week schedule, everything. And I was just like, okay, what games do we win? What games do we lose? And I think somewhere along those lines on that video, I said, I think the New York Jets' best record, best case scenario is 14-3, because there are 3 losses that I will guarantee are going to happen. And those were the 2 Buffalo games, because I had them as the best team in football, but also the Denver game, because I didn't think Russell was going to be this bad. I didn't think this offense was going to be this bad. And playing at Mile High is one of the hardest things to do in football, just period. Mm-hmm. But slowly, as the season went on, everything happened, every game that I guaranteed that was like, hey, these are the only 3 games that are guaranteed losses, we should be in every other single game. I'm starting to take back that, that take, like there's a good chance that we beat the Broncos tomorrow, because the Broncos offensively aren't clicking at all. And a lot of people like to bring up the Ripon game in 2020. And I think you said it perfectly earlier. That was a different Jets team. That was a bad Jets defense. And we got 3 picks that game. Yeah. This is a much, much, much better defense, And while I will give credit where credit is due, the Broncos defense is the #1 passing defense in the NFL. And it's like not even close. They're by far and away the best passing defense in the NFL. They are absolutely average when it comes to stopping the run. And something we're not average at, something that we are really, really good at, is running the damn football. So it's going to be fun. I'm hoping we get like a San Francisco game that they had, where it's just 2 defenses going at each other's offenses with everything that they've got. And at the end, 1 point separates them.
So let me ask you, do you think there's a possibility that the Green Bay game was more than just a 1-game thing, that it was an awakening? And do you think it's possible that we are going to soon start proving to be, it doesn't have to be the best, but like a top 5 pass defensive team, because we have the combination of we know that we have elite set cornerbacks, but with the combination of the pressure that we put on Aaron Rodgers, is there a possibility in your mind that we could be an elite or looked upon as one of the feared pass defensive teams in the league? Or do you think that was just a 1-game situational thing?
No, I think we've been showing even before the Green Bay game that we are an elite passing defense. Because if you look at I think it goes back to the Pittsburgh game. Honestly, I know we gave up quite a bit of yardage in like through the air against Pittsburgh, but that was the first game I think that we can all agree where we finally looked at this defense and said, "Whoa, the linebackers and the safeties are doing their jobs." Because what was our complaint the first 3 weeks? Who did we all want off of the team? We were all yelling. I haven't said LaMarcus Joyner's name in a bad way since the Pittsburgh game, and that's awesome. You know, like I'm starting to turn and be like, hey, I'm kind of happy he's on my team because he's doing well. I started questioning the Jordan White, but since the Pittsburgh game, ever since then, we've started showing that, like, you know what? We're actually a really, really, really good passing defense when that's the focus, because no other defense in the NFL held Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle to the yardage that they're at. You know, and that's the way that I'm going to look at it, because like, I think we're already there. And the only reason it's not showing up on the stat sheet is because of the fact that we play a soft zone. Now, not as soft as Green Bay plays. Like Green Bay plays an incredibly stupidly soft zone, but we also play a soft zone. And the idea is it's not stopping catches, it's stopping ball control. And I think the Green Bay game was an excellent showing of you let the guy catch it, but it's hands to balls. You get the ball out of their hands before they have control of it, and it's considered a reception.
That's interesting. Look, I mean, I definitely agree. There's been, like, for me, for like the defensive line, there's been signs of this. Like, this wasn't out of nowhere.
No.
There have been indicators of, our defensive line waking up. There's a lot of pressures, a lot of, teams playing us, getting the ball out just in time. And the part of me was like thinking, we're finally getting there, right? We're finally getting home, but it's not like it's out of nowhere where we weren't creating pressure. We were. And it looks like it just finally started clicking. It's kind of what Saleh always says in the press conferences. It's going to click because it's a young team. They're learning to play together. It's going to click. Just be patient. And I feel like the confidence that they got from the win against the Steelers in the fourth quarter and the emergence of Breece Hall and, and the win over Miami, I think it just started to, it's like the confidence is an important piece of the clicking. Like when you honestly start to believe it. And I think the players are now really believing it. They're not saying, oh, we're going to be good. I think they're believing for the first time, hey, we're really good.
Yeah. Dude, I know you have a life, right? I don't. I stay home with the baby all day.
Yeah.
But did you happen to catch the DJ Bieniemy? Not DJ Bieniemy. I'm sorry. Leger Dubois. I forget. I can never pronounce his name. Leger and Connor. They did a Twitter like Spaces or whatever it's called, and they talked about like the Elijah Moore situation, and then they moved on. And Leger, and I'm not going to give Leger credit for this, like that he's the reason that it happened. But after he said it, I went back and watched like the first 3 games and then the back 4 games to see what was happening. And Leger said that what happened was after Quinnen yelled at White Cotton and they were going at it, and the comment came back that Quinnen said, yo, you've got 4 studs on the D line. Like, stop with the blitzes, put it on us. Apparently, like, Leger called Q and said, look, while you guys do have studs on the D-line, you're all playing as individuals. And when you start playing for each other, that's when the D-line is going to start clicking. And that's when, if you look up the stat line, that's when we started stunting more. That's when we started moving the defensive line to, like, really adjust for, like, one of my favorite things that a defensive line does, right, is when we put 3 guys on one side of the center, right, and one guy solo by himself, because you're essentially saying that guy, you're forcing the 2-on-1 on one guy, and everybody else, you have to take your 1-on-1 because you can't. The shift doesn't work that way, and it forces you. Carl Lawson got an excellent stunt off of that same exact. So like I started seeing that and I was just like, I'm not going to give Leger credit for doing this. Like it might've just been the coaching staff, like trying to get that and instill that message in. but you really see a click from week 3 to week 4, specifically with the defensive line, where they stopped being really good individual players and they started being an elite unit. And that's the click that happened. And now Quinnen Williams is getting tweets and being put as the best player in the NFL by one of my favorite guys in media, and Dan Orlovsky. Not that I take his takes seriously. I just love how he delivers his takes. It's just hilarious to me. But yeah.
I did notice it. I didn't notice it in the first half of the Miami game, but I started saying it. I don't know if you remember. I was saying it on Wednesday. It was like after that game, I was saying, did you notice the stunts they were pulling? They did adjustment. And maybe I missed it in the first half, but I definitely started noticing it. I started noticing, like, as soon as the ball was snapped, the guy would back up and kind of like go around and push through the center. And I see that happening a lot more. Like, I saw there's a play. He didn't get home or anything, but I did notice when I was watching the All-22, even Quinnen, there was a play where he kind of dropped back a step, slid to the right, and then took a different route in. Like, and I didn't notice that last year or in the first couple of games of the season. Like, I'm starting to notice it so much more. So it's so interesting that you're saying that. And how exciting if that's something that was what they needed to do. And if they're now figuring out how to really work with each other and make each other better. Because I think that happened last year with the offensive line. And even when we were losing guys and guys were getting injured, we were still better than we were that first game against Carolina. Games, because more important than the individual players is it for the offensive line is to play as a unit.
Yeah. And you could definitely see that last year with the offensive line, because like individual players weren't doing that great when you looked at them. Like if you highlighted last year, specifically anyone on the O-line not named George Fant or Elijah Vera Tucker, it's not like they were having statistically great years, not allowing pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Like Connor McGovern is, and I will always say this, he's an absolutely passable center, right? If he's back next year, I have no problem with that. If we replace him next year, I have no problem with that. But like all of those things are like, who cares? Like, because in the end, the unit played well. I think the biggest example of that is Morgan Moses. Morgan Moses his individual statistics weren't that great. And his tape wasn't that great. But he was part of a pretty good unit like on the offensive line. And you love to see it. Oh, man, my heart just got broken by U Stadium reporting something that Adam Schefter said. I don't know if you watched my video about possible trade targets for the deadline that we can watch.
Yeah.
And he just tweeted out that the Panthers have gotten called on Brian Burns, Derek Brown, JC Horn, and DJ Moore, and they've been told no. And that really hurts my heart because I was like kind of hoping, and I knew that it would never happen, that the Jets would go trade for Derek Brown just so that we could have the most elite interior defensive line unit in all of the NFL. Can you imagine Quinnen Williams and Derek Brown lined up in the middle? You could never stop us.
God.
You could never stop us. Just ever. You wouldn't just don't show up.
With our rotation, would they play at the same time? Well, they would sometimes, but man, I thought you were going to say, because I see in the chat somebody named Russia says Carolina Panthers in trade talks for Jets more. And when I saw that, and then you said, "Oh my God," I thought, and I was checking my Twitter to see if it was real,
no trade has happened.
but I don't see anything on my Twitter. So I don't know where Russia, I'm not calling you a liar. I don't know where you're getting that information, but I certainly don't see it on Twitter. And I'm hooked up with Connor and Ian Rappaport, and I'm not seeing anything about that. So I'm going to take that as just a rumor for right now until there's something more concrete. And again, we know that it's 99% a rumor because the Jets do not let information like that leak.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, and the thing is I think we've all said it, like the cost to get Elijah Moore off of the team is so much more than anybody should pay for him.
Right.
Like it's gonna take a first.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to give us a first.
Or like a Devontae Smith from Philly, like something ridiculous for Philly to do. You know what I mean? Like, because that would be stupid for them probably. Like it would have to be like another second-year player that's also around the same pay range. Because when you do it for players, the salary's got to kind of match usually because of the cap. You know, it's trickier.
I wouldn't take Devontae Smith for Elijah Moore straight up.
I mean,
you'd have to give me Devontae Smith and then some, like, because like, and it's not, and I'm not saying that that's what Elijah Moore is worth, right? No team should be willing to pay a first for Elijah Moore after 8 games or whatever it is that he played last year, right? It's not
Right.
worth it. But I think the way that what I'm trying to say is that the New York Jets and me specifically, we value him so much being on this team
Mhm.
that you would have to blow us away with an offer. The same way that it took Seattle 2 firsts, a fourth. No, was it a fourth? 2 firsts, a fourth, and a player to go get Jamal Adams.
But
You know what I
could-
mean? Like, it's
right.
something stupid.
Right. And I think their GM is too good to do this. But if it wasn't for the fact that I respect their GM and their coach, because I do respect them, even though if I'm not a fan of the team, the New York Giants really need a wide receiver.
Oh, yeah.
And they're 5-1. Right. So if I didn't know the GM so well or have an opinion, a high opinion of the GM so well,
Yeah,
because
Beane's great.
I don't think he would do it because I have a high opinion of him.
He's more
But I
likely
could
to
see
trade
a-
for the other receiver.
I could see a lot of GMs that might, if they were the Giants GM, say, we're 5-1 and we're doing it without wide receivers. Can you imagine if we had Elijah Moore on this team and giving a number 1?
It has to come down to the evaluation of what do they believe the Giants are, right? Like, you at that point you have to have. It's the same conversation that I had when I talked about should the New York Jets be buyers or sellers. It's that internal review of what do you think this Jets team is, right? And being realistic as a front office. Do you think this Jets team is closer to the 4-2, 5-2, whatever? The above 500 playoff contending team, do you think that's closer to the reality, or do you think that we're still, or do you think the reality is closer along the lines of hey, we're gonna win 7-8 games this year, gonna be out of the playoffs, but next year is when we're playing and competing for, like, it has to be your internal evaluation on what do you think this team is, because then, like, I brought that up when I brought up Derek Brown, because to go get Derek Brown would cost a 1. You would have to give up a first to go get Derek Brown. Now, the question is, where's that first? Where do you believe that first round pick is going to be? Is it going to be in the middle teens, or is it going to be in the late 20s? Because those are 2 different picks. And I'm cool with giving 24, 25, 26 for Derek Brown, but I'm not cool with giving 15, 16, 17 for Derek Brown, because those
Right.
are 2 different picks, you know?
Right, absolutely. And for those who are saying and going crazy about Elijah Moore getting a first round pick, we're not saying we're saying that he's not worth a first round pick.
Oh, yeah, no.
Like, we're agreeing. We're not sitting here saying Elijah Moore is worth a first round pick. What we're saying is that Joe Douglas and Saleh love Elijah Moore and they love what he could bring to the team because he's such a fit for their system that's what it would take. They're not going to trade Elijah Moore for anything less than a first round pick. So we're not saying, and I made that very clear when I said I respect the GM for the Giants too much to ever think he would do it, because it's not a good move. I think a team would be very dumb to trade a first round pick for Elijah Moore, especially with the way he's acting, right? And he still is a question mark because he still hasn't consistently done it on the field. Yes, they say he gets open, but you have to actually happen before you know if it's real, right? So no one's saying that we think he's worth a first round pick. We're actually saying the opposite. He's not worth a first round pick, but what we're saying is the Jets wouldn't trade him for anything less. Now, if you came at me with a scenario like, what about a second and a third? Okay, that's different, because
I was going to say, yeah,
obviously
you would have to go
that's
second plus
the
if
point
you
is
wanted to give a second.
The point of what we're saying is that you would have to give too much.
Yes.
So that's why we're not going to see him traded, because no one's going to offer us enough that Joe Douglas is going to feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
Now, Barney
you would have to
Miller-
fleece yourself. You would have to know going into the trade that you are being fleeced.
Yeah. So, Barney Miller, just to answer your question, what that was in response to is there were rumors. I don't know if they're true. Some people are saying it's not true. I don't know, but there were people saying in social media that Elijah Moore on social media was deleting a lot of the Jets content, like in his bio, like he was pulling that thing where he was eliminating and deleting Jets. Now, I went into his Twitter account and looked, and I still saw some pictures when you scroll down of some Jets, some older ones, where it shows him as a Jet. So he certainly didn't delete every photo on Twitter of him as a Jet. But but there are people saying in his bio he was doing it, like maybe on Instagram. I don't know. Some people are saying it's not true. Some people said it was. I don't know, but that would be in our, like, that's what I meant by, is the situation getting worse? Because if he's starting to delete and disassociate with the Jets on social media, that's that's like intentional, right? And there's meaning behind that.
But I don't think that that's that serious, because you know who also did that and is still with their team?
Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Yes, but
That's
Deebo
Kyler-
did it in a negotiation.
Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's just another tactic in the age of social media. It's just one of those, like, you know, it's something that you got to do to try to drive your point home. You know, that's just the way that it goes.
Saying, so you keep a disgruntled player. No, what you do is you don't keep them right now. I mean, you don't keep them long term. I'm saying for 2.5 years. What you do, but you don't rush to trade him, Gerald. You hold on to the idea that you might be able to reconcile, and you might be able to work this out with them, and you deactivate him every week, because you don't have to give into your hands, right? To sit there and say every time a player says I demand a trade, now you have to trade him for less than he's worth, because obviously once a guy says publicly I want to be traded, you're not going to get the value for him anymore, because everyone thinks they got you by the balls, right? So if you do that and every team trades a player just for saying I want to be traded, that you're putting yourself in a very weak position. But we own him. We own his contract. We own the rights to him.
He literally has no leverage.
And 2 more seasons. He has no leverage. So we could literally deactivate him every week, 1 week at a time, until he says, I'm going to come have the right attitude and play hard. Now, at the end of his contract, he could leave. That's fine. Also, at the end of the year, he might say, okay, I played hard for you. Now trade me. I'm not happy. And then if he plays hard and plays well, then other GMs are going to say, well, he looks good. He just doesn't want to be a Jet. Okay, let's go in and maybe we can get some value for him. It's going to be very hard to get value for him now. But I would rather, if Mims comes in and plays well, if we're still able to win, this wasn't our Super Bowl year. This is not our pressure we have to win now year. We don't have to, this is not what this year is about. Anyway, it'd be great if we make the playoffs, but it's not what this year's about. We're not under tremendous pressure to win now. We could ride this, and if we're doing well, continue to deactivate him until he realizes this is not what I wanted. We're calling his bluff. It's calling a bluff. So it's saying, no, we don't keep a disgruntled player long term. I'm not saying we're going to keep him for 2.5 years if he's unhappy, but we're certainly not going to just bow to his demands and now trade him for a 4th round pick or something and watch him become really good for somewhere else. Because guess what? Our staff believes in Elijah Moore. They believe he's going to be good. We're talking about a 2 to 3 game stretch where we're going against very good pass defenses, where we have a game plan that he doesn't agree with because it doesn't feature him.
Exactly.
And we can't let a player get away with that and dictate our game plan.
Exactly.
Again, and we'll say it a million times. If you're saying, well, they never throw to him, 106 targets in 17 games. That is more than Devontae Adams. That is more than Tyreek Hill got. And that is more than Cooper Kupp got. So we are not underutilizing Elijah Moore. For a guy playing in his first NFL 17 games, he has more targets than all those guys.
And Gerald, to talk about, like, has that approach been tried before? Just keep deactivating him? Yeah, like it has. And it's worked in the sense of, like, either the team got what they wanted in the sense of, like, hey, we just didn't pay the guy and the guy walked. And I think a great example of that would probably be the Le'Veon Bell situation, or the other one would be Melvin Ingram back when he was on, was it the Chargers? Was it Ingram or Gordon? I don't remember, but the running back where he deactivated himself for the first 6 weeks of the season. He did it himself as like a retaliation. And like the team was like, all right, here's your fine for this week. And here's your fine for this week. Like, there's a lot of things that the New York Jets can do to force him to come back and play. He doesn't have to come back as a willing participant, but he's going to come back. It was Gordon, right? So like with Melvin Gordon, like he doesn't have to come back willingly. If he wants to play in the NFL long term, he will return. And if he wants to see the field, he'll shut his mouth. And then what he can do is he can wait the next 3 years. And once he's a free agent and he no longer has any obligation left to the New York Jets, he can walk off into the sunset and say absolutely all of the horrible things that he wants to say about the New York Jets and Robert Saleh and all of that stuff. And no one's going to care, because by that point, we would have had our first winning season this year, 3 years back-to-back playoff appearances. And who cares about a disgruntled second-round pick after Garrett Wilson is the number one wide receiver in the AFC East? And like, again, so not saying, like, again, I'd rather Elijah Moore be a contributing member of this football team long-term with a good attitude than being a contributing member of this football team being held hostage for the next 3 years of his career. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah. So there's no reason to be rash and act too quickly. And if we acted too quickly, Joe Douglas will not get the value that he demands. And Joe Douglas, he's earned one. If he's earned one thing, he's earned our trust. Just let Joe Douglas handle it, as far as if we trade him or not. Like, because Joe Douglas has done nothing but deserve our trust.
Yeah, Joe Douglas is smarter than all of us. And the
Look
moment we all
yeah.
accept that, we'll be happy.
Yeah, look at the roster he put together. Nobody here is smarter than him. Okay, do you know how few people there are in the world capable of doing that? Of looking at what our roster was after the 2020 season, and here we are in the, like, literally a season and a half later after stripping it down. And you look at the roster and the talent that we have right now. If anybody is still doubting or putting down Joe Douglas, then you simply
Just don't have eyes.
simply don't understand.
You just don't have eyes.
You just don't have eyes. You just don't.
How do you
understand.
watch this Jets team?
Like there's no way at this point. It's like, how many times have you seen a roster change this quickly without it being spending $100 million all at once, and it's temporary, like our 2015 team, right? It's like, yeah, we spent a lot of money, we brought in a lot of talent, we came within a game of the playoffs, but guess what? Then it fell apart, because that's not the way to build a sustaining team.
That's a great point.
Right.
That like we all highlight, but we don't like super accentuate. Is like, it's not just that he turned the team around. He didn't do it with money.
Right.
All of the key contributors to this team are drafted, and they're not just all first rounders. They're drafted all throughout the draft, and they're all young, man.
Yeah.
That's a great point. I always
Yeah.
mention that our core is really young, but I never
Right.
mention that they're draft picks.
Yeah, we didn't just do it by buying some players. We did it. We did it the way real organizations do it. Sustainable, long-term, sustainable.
Building it from the ground up.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I see you out there, Gerald. You're asking, we'll talk about that. It's a great question. If we would take a second round of Harvard, it's not really with we, it's with Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh. But I think it's a depends kind of question, because one of the depends I'm saying is just, is it Houston that's giving us their second round pick? Because that's almost the first round pick. Or
Is it Carolina? I'll
right,
take Carolina
is it Carolina
second.
giving us a second round pick? Or is it Kansas City offering us a second round pick? Or is it what's a great team right now that's going to have a great record by the end of the year? Like,
You could
somebody I'm
argue
sure
Green
will
Bay
find.
if you believe that they're going to turn it around. They need a wide
Well,
receiver.
Right. But like, even more obvious than that, who's like the best team in football right now? The Eagles. Yeah,
Buffalo, but I don't want to send them to Buffalo. I don't want to see
yeah,
them twice a year.
the Eagles, the Eagles' second round pick is very different than the
Dallas.
Houston Texans' second round pick. Yeah. So you understand? So there's a difference. But I hear you and I feel you. Second round pick could be a very good pick, because look what we got. We got Breece Hall with a second round pick. We got Elijah Moore with a second round pick. But those were high second round picks. Right? So yeah, and he got it too. He's agreeing in the chat. So I think we're on the same page. Daniel Faust. TiVo did not. Well, he's like
awesome,
practice.
man.
He's pretty much one of the, like, people say, do you have a sponsor? Do you sponsor? I don't have FanDuel or any of those, or Manscaped as a sponsor. But what I have is my super snackers and my snackers, and I have people like Daniel Faust who just feeds me, super chats every time I go on. And that's really what sponsors the channel. That's what keeps the channel going. That's what, like, and all the good things. I talk about it all the time. So you know how much I appreciate you, Daniel. And that being said, let's read your super chat. TiVo. Oh, it's to you. I think he meant Tigo.
Yeah.
Do not fear, we will rise against Denver. I don't think you're
I'm not
scared.
scared of Denver.
Yeah.
I was scared of Denver at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And it's not because of the team. I knew that defense was going to be legit. It's because playing in Mile High is hard. That's it. That's just really what it is. And ultimately, I think we're going to struggle. And it's not because I think Denver's a super great team. Offensively, it still comes down to they have a great defense, and playing in Mile High is difficult as crap. And also, Jeremy, I'm going to give you credit where credit is deserved. I know you highlighted his chat and then take it away. Clutch. Did you see that he started his own Chiefs channel a few weeks ago?
I thought he did a long time ago, and I could never find it. Is it finally up and running?
Yeah, he's posting. I dropped him a sub.
Nice.
I don't watch the videos because I'm not that invested in what the Chiefs are doing this year. But no, he's uploading on a regular basis, and it looks good.
Well, guys, if you don't know, if you see Clutch in the chat, I think he's 16 or 17. This kid he's the goods. This kid is smart. He is well spoken. He's really good. He's not only does he know everything about the Chiefs, but he's humble about it. He's not arrogant. He also knows a lot about other teams. So he talks about the Jets with us intelligently. He talks about any team. I see him on Twitter Lounge, in the lounge, in different chat rooms there. This kid is got a great future as a content provider, and I'm excited that he has a channel. So you can
already at 450 subs.
Yeah. He's already at 450. Wow.
Yeah, dude, the kid's insane. I'm telling you, the thing is that again, I watched a couple of his videos just to see what he was doing. It's good stuff. And it's obviously it's Chiefs focused, but it's good stuff. If you have a passive liking for the Kansas City Chiefs, go to that channel. The kid's legit. I'm really happy that he started a channel and that he's doing really well with it.
I'm really happy as a friend of the channel because when we do play Kansas City, probably next year, we'll have a great pre-game show and post-game show, person to be on with us. G comes in and says, G dog, how much of Denver's passing defense success do you attribute to just not facing top quality competition, if any? Well, it's 6 games, right? So I have trouble thinking that your defense is going to look great as a passing defensive team, even if it's not the toughest competition, but also it's not just out of nowhere, right? It's not a mystery. I mean, Patrick Surtain. I mean, the guys, they have 2 good edge rushers on each side. I mean, there's reasons and there's explanation for why they're playing well against the pass. It's not like it's just a freak thing and it's not just happenstance. There are real players on that roster that kind of explain and justify, their ranking. What do you think?
And going through their schedule, while some of the teams don't necessarily pop out at you, if you look at them, they're not statistical outliers, right? Like the Seahawks they're performing above everybody's expectation this year. And they lost to the Seahawks, but the Seahawks didn't do well passing that game.
Right.
It wasn't like they threw for a bunch of yards. Then beating up on the Texans is easy. Everybody should do that this year. San Francisco has a legit passing game. They weren't able to get the passing game going, and San Francisco lost by 1 point. No matter what you want to say about the Raiders was the one exceptional, the exception to that game. But it's not like Derek Carr. That game was 32-23, right? So it was a lot of touchdowns. Derek Carr didn't throw a single touchdown. He threw 34 times for 188 yards. They dominated him the whole time. Devontae Adams, just didn't have 101 yards. He was the only receiver doing anything, and it's Devontae Adams. The Chargers are a great passing team.
Justin Herbert.
Yeah, there's a lot of these teams where it's just yes, they faced the Colts, the Texans, and the Seahawks, and even the Raiders, but to still be dominant in the passing game against the Chargers, the San Francisco 49ers, I find that to carry its weight a lot more than anything. Now, the one thing that I won't let people say is that Denver's the number 1 defense in the NFL. I'll put an end to that right there. No, they're a great pass stopping defense. They are absolutely mid as crap when it comes to stopping the run. They're not that special when it comes to stopping the run.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't agree that our defense is as good as Denver's defense overall yet, or it's not proven yet. But I do agree in this game it is because of the weakness of Denver's offense. Like, I believe that our defense will be just as successful as their defense because they have a backup quarterback. But so I kind of agree with it from that perspective. But I think our offense is also equal. I think our special teams is us. I think our likelihood of defensive points is us and special teams. So I'm going to say we got special teams and the likelihood of our defense scoring points, and everything else is even. So I think that, and they got home field. So I think we do have a 2-1 edge. I just think of it a little bit differently, Twisted. But that is what I've been saying all week. I think that if we win this game, it'll be because of our special teams, either good field position or points. And I think that our defense is in better position to put points on the board against this, Ripon, who doesn't have that much, only one start in his career. I don't care what he did against the 2020 Jets. That's a different team. We got Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed, LaMarcus Joyner. We have a lot of guys getting turnovers. We have a lot of pressure. I believe we're going to create turnovers, and that could be definitely the difference in the game.
He's actually, though, Twisted is actually pretty. Like, I agree with what you're saying, that I don't think that I'm going to say that our defenses are equal, but I don't think our defenses are that far apart to where I would give the edge to Denver. Because if you look at just the straight up numbers, if you look at total opponent yards per game, Denver is allowing the third fewest. The New York Jets are the 9th fewest. So it's 2 top 10 defenses when it comes to total yards given. Then you go like rushing yards. Denver is... the New York Jets are 12th, while Denver is... Where's Denver? Denver's 13th, so we're pretty even there. And then when you go at passing yards, Denver's 5th, where the New York Jets are 12th. So it's really close. We're really close in the big scheme of things. There's only like 10 or 15 yards per game separating us on a lot of these, passing and rushing stats when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. So...
I mean, look, the way we played last week, I mean, that defense is as good as Denver's defense. So, so I'm not saying it's not as good. I'm saying we just have to prove it in more games. You know what I'm saying? Because we weren't looking too good the first few games of the season. So to me, we just need to prove it. We need to be more consistent, and it needs to be real. But our defense, I'll take that every single game. I mean, forever. If we could play like we did against Green Bay, that defensive performance was absolutely spectacular. As good as any Jets defensive performance I've seen. Maybe you have to go back to Rex Ryan and to those days if you want to have an example of a defense that looked that good. I mean, it was giving me flashbacks to the sack exchange. I mean, come on, we were all over Rodgers. We were just killing him. It reminded me of Klecko and Gastineau and Lions. It was just like when we would just eat them up and just all day long, like it never relented. That's what it reminded me of. It was so exciting. So, that defense, I won't put second to any defense the way we played against Green Bay. So if that's who we're going to be, then hell yeah, I'm with you. We're as good as any defense in the NFL.
I agree. I'm not going to disagree. I think honestly and truthfully, we can go head to head defensively against any team in the NFL.
Let me answer this question because it's so easy. Every day that goes by that he's not apologizing and publicly or going to the team and working this out and restoring this and making up for this, every day that we don't hear that, it's getting worse.
Oh, yeah.
That's number one. And if you don't understand that, I can't imagine. You have a fight with somebody, those first 48 hours after a bad fight with a family member is so potent and important because each 24 hours that go away could be the difference between it's a 5-day fight or a 3-day fight and you make up, or it's forever, or it's for 3 years or 4 years, and it's practically unfixable. That's the one reason why it gets worse if nothing happens since Thursday. Nothing happened since Thursday. You answered your own question, Daniel. The fact that Elijah Moore didn't publicly come out and say, I'm embarrassed for what I did. What I did was awful. It was wrong. And I beg you for forgiveness. The fact that we're not hearing that. Now, I don't know for a fact that it didn't happen. It might be happening behind closed doors. I don't know for a fact. But right now, every day that we're not hearing him completely take accountability for this, it's getting worse. And then number two, you just weren't here for it. There were rumors going around, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it definitely looks like there's less Jets on his social media than there's ever been. And people are saying that he's taking out of his bio all Jets-related things out of his bio and his social media. So if that's true, if there's any truth to that, that's an example of getting worse. Without question. Because that means he's not remorseful. See, because when you act the extreme way he acted, carrying on at practice, he got sent home to relax, to get over it, to think about it. And instead he called his agent and then publicly demanded a trade. Those actions, okay, are really serious.
Yeah.
Because it's not just he got into a fight in practice and then an hour later calmed down and said, hey, let's work it out. That's not what happened. Every day that goes by shows that he doesn't say, let's work this out, I made a mistake, is that much more evidence that this is his true belief system, that this is really what he believes, and that this is not going to go away. That's how it's getting worse, Daniel. The fact that it's not getting better. When you have a fallout like this, when you have a problem like this, and there's not evidence it's getting better, it's getting worse. There's no such thing as straight line.
Nope.
Every day that goes by, it's worse.
I think we have to, although with this, regarding this, is we have to temper the weekend situation. He is by himself at Florham Park. There's no one to talk to. He can go talk to Joe Douglas. Not really. Joe Douglas travels with the teams. Who is he? I guess he can go talk to the assistant GM. I forget, assuming that he doesn't travel with the team, but I would assume he goes too. Who is there for him to talk to? Robert Saleh, Mike LaFleur, Joe Douglas, the assistant GM. Why am I blanking on his name? Whatever, doesn't matter. They're all in Denver. They flew there today to get used to the high altitude and try to get some workout in. So it's just it's hard. While I agree that the fact that Thursday, Friday, and then the first half of Saturday happened without him saying anything is a problem.
Yeah.
But let's temper today and tomorrow. It's game day tomorrow. Let's do this stuff. If Monday comes and it's a victory Monday and he doesn't come out being like, I'm happy for the team, getting the win, I'm sad that I wasn't there, it was my own fault, I want to be back with this New York Jets team. I expect that tweet. I expect that statement. I expect something like that on Monday, at this point.
Yeah. And Drip, like Lucas, great point. That's number 3. The burner rumors of him responding.
Rex Hogan. Thank you, Larry. I'm so sorry.
Again, it's admittedly rumors. I'm not saying anything is fact, but there's something to it. And if you watch Green Bean's video on Green Bean Jets Fan, you will see that there's something to this. There is a burner account out there. There is a person, okay, that could very well be, if it's not Elijah Moore, it's somebody related to him. Because there was some investigation. Apparently, this account was started. This is news. This is what Green Bean told us, and we believe this is true. The account was recently created, and then as soon as somebody said this must be a burner account, it went away, and the person disappeared. And if you look, I think it's David Stein was the account. There's examples of it where he was telling former NFL players, Jet players, former NFL Jets, that were speaking about it, saying, you don't know what's really going on behind the locker room. You don't have the information. And they were talking like somebody like Elijah Moore would be talking. Like they were saying, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't, and they were saying that's former NFL Jets who have access to a lot of the NFL players. So I'm not saying it's definitely him. There's no evidence of it, but the account mysteriously disappeared as somebody called it out and said this has to be Elijah Moore or a family member or one of his good friends.
It has to be someone in his camp. There's no that isn't just a diehard Elijah Moore fan. That is either or someone in his camp.
I'm a diehard Elijah Moore fan,
but
so it's certainly not a diehard Elijah Moore fan.
Yeah, I'll give
because I was a diehard Elijah Moore fan.
I still want to be.
Right, exactly. So it's not a fan because the fans were the ones that were hurt and burned. So that's why it's so clearly a family member or a friend or an agent or somebody with a very vested interest, because they were defending going public and demanding a trade. I mean, it's crazy. They were defending it.
It's
There's
just
no defense for it.
it's crazy.
There's no defense for it. If it was a negotiation year, I wouldn't like it, but at least there's a defense for it. I'm in a negotiation contract year. I'm not.
If
being
it's a
utilized.
contract year, I'm on his side.
Yeah, it's
Like I'm totally on his side.
Yeah.
Like if the rotation with I was for the rotation of the defensive line, and I know I was against a lot of people. Like I like the rotation of the defensive line. I like having fresh players. I did want his snap count to go up, but this is like a contract year for Quinnen Williams. If we lowered his rotation to like 40% of the snaps on defense to try to lower his value, like his contract value, I'd be on Quinnen's side if he demanded a trade or something like that. Like, I'd be like, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, yeah, go get your money. At this point, you're 2 years away from being able to even be extended, Elijah. You've got no leverage, man.
Yeah.
I'm all about you getting yours, but not like this.
Do I think somebody is being advised? They're
Oh, yeah.
definitely look, every celebrity, every famous athlete, every like hot commodity is surrounded by yes people, because everybody wants to be in their posse, right? Everybody wants to be in with them. We see it all the time. It's destroyed so many people, so many celebrities, and not only in sports, actors, rock stars, because they're surrounded by yes people. They're surrounded by people who want to be in their good graces. So it could be his friends like AJ Brown, which, who's AB Brown, who's clearly been tweeting a lot, or it could just be the people closest to him that are not going to say you're wrong because they don't want him to say, get out of my house, because they're kissing his butt. So, but the problem is that so many people don't recognize the difference between people who just want to be near you for what they can get from you versus they really care about you. And that's why even people who aren't famous, but just a little bit public, like YouTube content providers, are very weary. Like as you get bigger as a YouTube, I'm not saying me, I'm saying I know a YouTube content provider or two that are very weary of people who are working really hard to get close to them and like doing things for them and stuff. And it makes you paranoid because it's like, well, why is this person trying to help me so much? Like, what are they really after? Because they don't know me. Why are they acting like that? You know what I mean? So the normal thing to do is when someone's yesing everything you say and do is to question it and say, well, come on. When in my life, before I became known, like this is what a person needs to ask themselves, did everybody around me agree with everything I said? And now all of a sudden, everybody around me is agreeing with everything I say and saying that I'm always right. See, what you need is Elijah Moore to recognize that and say, you know what? These cats that are hanging out with me keep saying I'm right about everything.
Problem is with a lot of these guys,
before I was anybody, when I was growing up, nobody was saying I was right about everything. Maybe I need a more objective opinion or subjective opinion.
the real problem with a lot of these guys is that they've never not been surrounded by yes men. They don't know what life is without a yes man, because a lot of these kids are elite athletes at like 15 years old, where you're developing that ability to like have that self-reflection, right? And at like 14 or 15 years old, they're already being talked about as 5-star recruits. You got to remember, all these guys are first and second round picks. Most of these guys have never been on a football team where they weren't by far and away the best player on their football team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even Elijah Moore at Ole Miss was not the best, let alone football player, but wide receiver. But like that was a different situation, right? Like he was the young buck on that team. And there was no one on that Ole Miss team after he left that took his spot. He was the guy, and he was going to take over for DK and AJ and all of those guys, right? And after they left, that's what he became, the best player on that football team by far and away. You know, he was by far and away probably the best football player on his high school team, by far and away the best player in his grade, let's say, at Ole Miss. And so when you get to the NFL and not like let alone you're probably not the best player at your position on your team, like you're not even like it's just you just don't really matter that much. And that's the
Right.
first time a lot of these guys have to run into that adversity. Like Zach Wilson was probably the best player on BYU. And then he goes to the Jets and he has to realize not only are you in a massive market, you're not the best player on your side of the football. You're not the best player taken on our team from your draft class. Like the other
Yeah.
first round pick is better than you are. And you can see Zach Wilson didn't go the wrong way with it. He's adapting and he's like, yeah, I got to get better. I have to become that guy. And unfortunately, Elijah Moore, I hope, just made a mistake and we can fix this.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I used to think it was a good thing that he had that friendship with A.B. Brown. I really did.
I was always
Like,
so scared of it, dude.
I totally didn't see that. Like, I totally misread it. I thought it was a good thing. Thought it would blow up like this because now it's just like he has this cheerleader, this star player that's cheerleading him. You know,
That
and
he
it's
compares
like-
himself to.
I know, and I wonder if the other Eagles are looking at Brown and saying, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" You know,
No,
like
they don't
is
care.
any
They're
other-
6-0.
I know, but any other rash? Yeah, but are they thinking? Are you going to pull this ever? Like if we ever
No,
have
because he
a
signed a
game
massive
plan-
extension.
Yeah, but will he pull it because he's not being utilized enough?
He's making
know what I
money.
mean?
He's made his contract, like that's the point. Now, if AJ Brown stops caring, we all know why, right? But like,
Yeah.
I don't think he can really do something like that. He's got $30 million a year wide receiver, essentially. No, it's like 25, 26. I don't remember. I don't care. He doesn't play for the Jets.
Yeah, Daniel, I agree that Mims might be active. We don't know how much they're going to use him. It's a good point, but I do think that Jeff Smith is really on the roster because he only plays a couple of reps. They bring him in once in a while. And by the way, every time they do, it's a horrible play that never works. I just want to point that out. But I mean, lately, like the last game, they brought Berrios and him in, and me and Greenby were like, no. And of course, it was a total broken garbage play. But Jay Smith is active over Mims because of special teams. Like there's just and that's come out of Robert Sala's mouth more than once.
Come out of Mike LaFleur's mouth. It's come out of
Right.
everybody's mouth.
There's also different roles. Like Mims is a very different player than Smith. Smith is a guy they bring in for gadget plays. They bring him in, like he's a guy that's in there when you take out a Garrett Wilson or an Elijah Moore. Actually, Mims is more of the when Corey Davis comes out for a play, kind of guy. Like he's more the big X guy. So we might see Mims play for like the snaps that Elijah's playing on the outside because I don't see Jeff Smith as much of the outside receiver as much as Mims might be. So I don't know that for sure. And besides, I think anybody who's in there, because I think that's the reason why Elijah had the meltdown and threw the temper tantrum. I think the whole point is that anyone filling Elijah Moore's role is going to be a decoy. I think that's why he got mad. I think on Wednesday they were walking through the game plan and he found out he was going to be a decoy again because Denver's pass defense is really stout. So I think they're going to try to bring guys out of the box to help the running game. So they're going to want to send the receivers deep. They're going to want to do like no fidgeting around or trying to shake and bake, but get deep so they have to move out with you. So we
Take
get
the
as many
safeties with you.
Right. We get as many players out of the box as possible. So that's exactly what it was against Green Bay. And that's why it's a theory. I can't prove it, but I'm guessing that's why he
It's not a
did
bad
his
one.
thing.
It's
Right,
the
he
first
did-
time I've heard this. And now
Yeah.
that you said it like this, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. That's because we've been 33% usage on go routes with an offensive line that can't keep Zach clean for 2.5 seconds. It
It's a
makes a
decoy.
lot of sense.
It's a decoy. Get the guys out of the box. Don't let the safeties play in the box and Mims, better than Jeff Smith, is much scarier to do that because he's tall, he's fast. You can't ignore him. If he goes on a deep route, you can't say, "Oh, he's just a decoy. Don't cover him," because then we'll see that and Zach will throw it. Mims will get it because we all know Mims is a deep threat, and we all know that that Zach Wilson has the arm to do it. So, I will expect them to get reps. I just don't expect them to put up numbers, Daniel. That would be like my opinion. Like I understand why Mims might not put up numbers, but we all have to know beforehand. I'm telling you all, don't let that be the way to judge him on how he did. If he blocks really well, if he's blocking and working his tail off and he's doing what they're asking him to do, then be happy. And then Mims did a great job.
The
It's
real
not
thing that
about
I
the
hope
box score.
Yeah, the real thing that I hope to see from Denzel Mims this game is not him making catches. It's not him doing those things, because I know that he can do that. What I really hope to see is I want to see him on. I specifically I want to see him on special teams, and the reason for that is like I hate the narrative that everyone pushes that Denzel Mims is in the doghouse, because that's not true. The fourth and fifth wide receiver spots are decided by Brant Boyer, not Mike LaFleur. Mike LaFleur has a 50-50 say on who the fourth wide receiver is. And I think anybody who's a Jets fan who actually knows about this football team knows that the wide receiver four spot will now and forever be, for at least the next 3 years, Braxton Berrios' home. He will be wide receiver 4 and for the end till the end of his career as a New York Jet. And the real spot that Denzel Mims is fighting for is wide receiver 5. And do you know who makes the decision for wide receiver 5? It's not Robert Saleh. It's not Mike LaFleur. It's Brant Boyer, because that is the special teams wide receiver. That's the guy that's dedicated a special teams player. And that's how the New York Jets handle their wide receiver room. The same thing goes for the cornerback room. CB5 and CB4 are the same exact thing. Jeff Ulbrich gets a 50-50 say on CB4. And I think everybody would agree that that's Brandon Echols' spot. He should be there. And then CB5 is 100% on Brant Boyer. He gets to claim 5 roster spots. Long snapper, punter, kicker, CB5, wide receiver 5. And so what we all need to hope is not that Denzel Mims goes out there and balls out, because for whatever reason, what we need to is that not only does Denzel Mims go out there and balls out, but he also is a productive member of special teams, so that Brant Boyer doesn't have an option. He has to put Mims out there as a weapon. Like, you can't not do it. And that's what I'm hoping for tomorrow.
That's mess, my friend. I think I gave you an extra mess. Not only are you a snacker, but you just gave me a super chat. You are my man. You are my bro. I love you, man. Moore is double screwed. He has the Jets and the Jews pissed off at him. And I know what you're referencing when you say the Jews. You're referencing me and the fact that his burner account, or that we think is his burner account, was David Stein. So if he had a burner account, if it is him, he definitely pissed off the Jews by using a Jewish name. Like, you're gonna go out and defend this crap and use a Jewish name? You're gonna use a Jewish burner account that's clearly a Jewish name to sit there and defend selfishness and greed? That is not a way to make friends in the tribe. And you're absolutely right, Mess. If he gets caught, and it's absolutely true that that this was his burner account, there's going to be a lot of pissed off Jews.
That's so good. I didn't even think of that.
That shit's stereotype, baby. That's a stereotype. Having it be a Jewish name, defending his selfishness and greed. That's stereotypical bias crap. And now I'm pissed, Ness. You just got me even more mad at him. Also, another friend of the channel who's helping sponsor this channel is Daniel Faust. I'm going to start nicknaming you the sponsor. He's a snacker and also does super chats like crazy. Chaos is right about the decoy. Yeah, I think I'm right, but
that's brilliant.
Everything
that's
I
brilliant
say is,
analysis.
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't want anybody to think I'm saying this fact. Everything here, remember, is our opinions and our takes. Nothing is factual. I don't have any inside information, and I don't think that I'm factually right no matter what. I just spit out my takes just like you, Tigo, and just like everybody else. That's all we're doing here. I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to get confused.
I will never say a source told me ever. Yeah. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah. And I'll claim that proudly.
Yeah.
This is a fan. Did any of us have them legitimately taking Sauce at 4? No. JD is smarter than all of us. I had no sources on that. And neither do Jets reporters. How many of them said we were going to take Icky at 4?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and one of the things I'm very careful about that is because it's why I don't like the beat. because they'll take their opinions and they spit it out there and they create narratives that people take as fact.
Dick
So,
Chimney.
the whole right. So the whole purpose of the channel is to not do that. So I want to make sure everybody understands. You agree with me? That's great. You think thank you for, Tigo, for saying that. It's brilliant. It makes me feel good when you say that. I like it when people,
dude, I love it.
yeah, I like it when people say that. It feels good, but at the same time, like, I always want to remind people that I'm very humble in that way, and that this is not a channel that's spitting out facts. It's a channel that spit out takes. This is where we share our takes and share our thoughts. And but I'm glad you guys liked it. And I'm kind of proud of it. Do you think Elijah spoke to Brandon Marshall and Marshall was talking for? I absolutely do.
I also think Brandon Marshall is a former wide receiver, so he gets it.
Yeah, and and he was very similar. Like, he was very much a diva and very, so. But there's definitely a chance that he spoke to him. I think, in my opinion, I think there's a chance, because I think that former Jet players, especially when they're winning, come around the locker room. They come around the facility because they do that a lot. The players will show up at games. They'll show up in practices on the sideline. So there's a chance that they talked or they got connected and became friendly. So I don't know that for a fact, but again, I think there's a good possibility of it. Daniel Faust, again, you're out of control, my friend. They double team AJ, emptying box completely. They double team AJ, emptying box completely. AJ?
The only AJ I can think of is AJ Brown, but we're not playing the Eagles.
Right. So you're saying that Denver did that when they play the Eagles, or they do that when they play the Eagles?
They didn't play the Eagles this year.
No. I'm saying, is he just saying it in general?
Oh.
I don't know, man.
Is this supposed to be CJ? But A and C aren't close on the keyboard.
I don't know.
And it's CD, not CJ.
He'll explain it. I don't understand.
Daniel, tell us what you mean.
Yeah.
Elaborate, pleise.
Yeah. Rich Eisen.
Can we talk about something positive real quick? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, some guy. Rich Eisen did have sauce at 4. I'll give up. Rich Eisen, the only true Jet fan in the media.
Yeah.
Because I'm not. Greeny's not a Jets fan. I refuse.
The other guy in the morning show is a Jet fan. I forgot his name.
Yeah, he is. I'll give it to him.
And he also called the Sauce Gardner thing.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
The one who sits on the right. I know who you're talking about. And Good Morning Football.
Peter or something.
No, is it Peter?
I don't know. He has like lighter blondish brown hair and whatever. Yeah, he's the morning guy.
Yeah.
And I love him. I like the guy a lot.
He did a podcast with Robert Saleh. It was excellent. If you haven't listened to it, it was before the Green Bay game, so take that into context. But it's a great listen. It's like 45 minutes, and it's just him and Robert Saleh just talking. It's excellent. I loved it. Yeah. But I didn't want to talk about
Schrager. Salmon Jets. Thank you.
Thank you. Not the Angry Runs guy. He's great, but he's not a Jets fan. He's a Giants fan. The other one, Schrager. It's Peter Schrager. You had it right. It was Peter. I want to say and just talk about two positive things, right? That the New York Jets, not only do we have a 4-2 record on the score sheet and on the stat sheet, but something that a lot of people aren't talking about because of Elijah Moore, and I want to talk about it, is that the New York Jets are also 4-2 in the Pepsi Zero Rookie of the Week award. Every game that the New York Jets have won, one of their rookies has looked so good, won twice, in fact, has looked so good that they were deserving of a championship belt. I love it.
I love it. Greg Newland, and it's funny that your name is Newland because you're new to the chat, I think. You may have been watching for a long time, but it's the first time I recognize your name. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you found us and that you're here. And if you've been here for longer and I just didn't know, let me officially welcome you anyway and say hello. It's nice to meet you. Heard CJ, Sauce, and someone else tried to talk to him. Yes, I've heard that too. I heard it was Sauce, CJ, and Corey Davis.
Yes.
Tried to talk to him. All depends on what they said. Damage could be done, like calling a girlfriend a bitch. It's over. I don't know what they said to him or what they did. It is interesting that Sauce was part of that group. So it's proof that when you're a star, when you're amazing, you go from a rookie to a leader really fast. Like if it's true and those three approached him, the fact that Sauce was there also as a rookie, it just shows what we really struck gold with Sauce Gardner.
Oh yeah.
Like we really, really struck gold with him. Because if he did, I like that. I like that he's stepping up. That means he's really a Jet, in his blood. He's like, we knew Mosley was, and we knew Corey Davis was. They're veterans, the things that they've said, like we knew they were in. But Sauce, it's great. That it's not just, it's the team that drafted me, but he's really being a Jet, I love it. So yeah, I've heard it too. We hope it's true. I think it's good if they did. I think that's what they should do. I think the veterans should go over to him and say, hey, knock it off, man.
This
Like,
doesn't help me.
Yeah, get a hold of yourself, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that it's the veterans that are coming. And I am curious because I didn't hear which CJ specifically it was. And I think Barney Miller has a great question here. Was it CJ Uzama or was it CJ Mosley? Because if it was CJ Mosley, that's just a captain of the team going to have a conversation. But if it's CJ Uzama, that's a different, that's an offensive guy that was in Cincinnati. I think that carries a little bit more weight. And look at CJ Uzama specifically. He's taken a reduced role. He was the tight end in Cincy, and now he's come here to be essentially a third tackle whenever he's out on the field. Like it matters.
Yep. Daniel Faust again explaining himself. He meant that he's our new AJ. He meant Elijah Moore, like our new AJ. He meant to clear the box.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. And he goes, M, not AJ. Yeah, Elijah Moore, not AJ.
Got it.
Yeah, he meant that Elijah Moore's job was to clear the box. So technically, we have to, any competent receiver, we could fill his shoes for this game plan anyway. Like, I don't think they care that he's inactive this week because it doesn't matter. Because we have Denzel Mims. Anybody that goes
Denzel Mims is just as fast.
Right. Anybody that shoots out deep, you have to cover. It's not like you're not going to cover them.
And now the problem is instead of it being a 5'8" guy, it's going to be a 6'2", 190, 200 pound wide receiver who can bully you in the air. Like,
and guess what? If I'm Mike LaFleur, I'm going to say, yeah, let's use him as a decoy. But at some point during that game,
you're tossing it up.
Going there, baby.
100%. But like, that's what we do. If you look at the last 3 games, that's what we've done. We've used the deep threat constantly, sending not just Elijah Moore, but we've sent Elijah, we've sent Corey, we've sent Garrett Wilson on these deep routes that we're never going to pan out because they have to cover it. And then the moment that they don't, what happens? You get that Corey Davis deep double move. He's out there on his own. Zach Wilson tossing it up that way. Man, I'm with it.
Yep.
What's up, Michael?
Mike LaMountain, good to see you, brother. It's been a while. What's up with you? I know you probably watch. Every time I say that, they all come on and say, I've been watching. I just don't chat. Like, I know. It's just good to see you, my friend. It's just good to see you. And remember, guys, I wanted to say this before, pointed out. I've said it a couple times, but while we have a lot of new people in here, if you want your chats to always be featured, I always make sure I find them. Obviously, super chats are great. I love them, but you don't only have to do that. I try to get to everybody's chats, whether you do super chats, even if you're not a member of the channel, but I'm always more careful to try to make sure I find my members and like this and highlight their chats, especially when they ask questions and everything like that. So, if there's a little join button when you go to my page, like when you go to my channel, there's a join button. It's a few bucks a month, the price of a cup of coffee. You get to use certain emoticons, like to put into the chat that other people don't get to have. And I always try to call you out and highlight your chats. But again, if you're not somebody who does that, if you're not someone who gives money and everything, I still want you here. You're still an important, valued part of our community. I'll still put up your chats whenever I can. I'm just saying that the members, I always try to make, special attention to make sure that I get to their chats. And I always hit a super chat and try never to ever miss one, and it cuts the line. So if you do a super chat. So just want to say that. And the reason I do it, guys, is, again, I want just so you know what this is about. This is about maintaining this channel. It's equipment. I got a lot of things I want to do this studio. So I
Yeah.
want you to know that's where the money goes. It
I
goes
get
to it goes to improving the show. And yeah, like talking Tigo will tell you that it's expensive. The
Oh yeah,
lighting-
it gets expensive.
yeah, like right now I'm using crappy lights, that I can afford, but like there are studio lights that are a lot more money that would make this a lot better.
I have one, and it's not
Yeah.
cheap, and it's
Yeah.
great, but it's not cheap.
See how you can see over my head to the chalkboard ahead of me. I don't want that one day. I want shelving put in where there's going to be little jet stuff on it. There's so many things I want to do. So
This white wall
that's-
here
that's where the money goes.
infuriates me.
Yeah.
This
Exactly.
all of this empty space, it infuriates me. But
Yeah.
the things that I want to put on this wall are expensive.
Yeah. So, I mean, so just so everybody knows, that's where it goes. It's like, this is not my occupation. Although one day I might want it to be. For right now, all these donations and being a member, all it does right now is support the content. That's all it does. And keeps my wife off my back, because when I'm gone, like today for 4 hours, I could go down and say, yeah, but I collected $50 in super chats. So that's part of it too.
Oh, how good does it feel to know that we're in October? And I don't know about you guys, but I haven't watched a single college football game, not one, because I don't care about those players and I don't care about scouting them because we're 4-2.
Yeah. This is really interesting, Sean. I don't know who you're talking to. Like, if you're talking to other
It's
people
not to
in the
either of
chat, or it's not to either of us, my friend.
I literally
I
my
am the
highest viewed
hashtag-
video.
I am the hashtag free Mims person in the world. I'm a supporter of Becton and said, hey, stop giving up on Becton. Maybe we can't count on him. Maybe we don't know if his knee's ever going to hold up. But I have always said it about Becton. I always say about Mims. I've said it a million times. Mims had one bad year in his life last year, and that was after food poisoning and COVID. And people yell at me for making excuses for him all the time. I love my Mims, and I've said it for this season, since the offseason. When people say cut him, I call them ridiculous.
Absolutely.
I say maybe you have to draft Garrett Wilson. Maybe we got to the point where we can't 100% trust and know that Mims is going to be the guy. But I've the whole time said, this kid is not done yet. And I've stayed the course and said, I'm believing this kid. And I will be so happy if he gets his opportunity and proves everybody in the world that's given up on him wrong. But if you're talking to those fans, that's fine, Sean. But please don't direct that at us.
No, I
because
have my
we are
highest viewed
Mims
video.
fans.
Yeah, my highest viewed video, 20,000 views,
Yeah.
is me for 6 minutes talking about how Denzel Mims is going to be the dude this year.
Right.
6 minutes of nonstop Denzel Mims love. I have been on the bandwagon of it's time to trade Mims, not because I don't like him, but because I, honest to God, want Mims to do well. And I'd love for him to do it in these colors. But
Yeah.
it just doesn't seem like he's going to get that opportunity because I never imagined Elijah Moore doing this. And I was like, you trade Denzel Mims because he's a legitimate wide receiver in this league and he deserves the opportunity to play somewhere else, not sit on our bench, because he's a good kid and he's earned the right to play in this league. And I want him to play in this league, even if that means it's not for the New York Jets. Now, I am absolutely happy that we have him on this team and that we didn't trade him away, but I am the biggest hashtag free Mims guy on the planet. I did an 8-minute video where I yelled at Brant Boyer for 8 minutes for not bringing on Denzel Mims. 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're Mims people. We're Mims people. I don't have to give any receipts on Mims. I am hoping to God Mims comes in tomorrow and lights it up, shocks the world. You know what I mean? No, that preseason game when he got over 100 yards, I was so happy, man. You could go back and watch the watch party on Green Bean Jets Fan. Go to Green Bean Jets Fan or Jets Nation and watch the watch party of me and Green Bean, and you'll see me going crazy every time Mims does anything. And I even said it on a Twitter account with Green Bean. I said on his Twitter, I did a reply and said, if you want to see the chaos, if you want to see Jets chaos lose his absolute minds, if you watch the watch party this Sunday, tomorrow on Green Bean Jets Fan, you watch that watch party and you see Mims make a big catch, you will not see anything more crazy from me. It will be as big a reaction as you've ever seen from me, because believe me, I am a Denzel Mims fan. And also, by the way, I'm going to throw in, I am a Mekhi Becton fan, and I hate when people say he's done, because what I'm thinking about Mekhi Becton is we still have to make sure we are prepared next season without him. We have to act as though We can't rely on him, and he might be hurt. Not because of him, but because I don't know about this knee. But that doesn't mean we can't be excited. Like Mims, like Becton too, will be like a bonus.
Yep.
Like if imagine like we prepare, we have our offensive line ready, and then Becton comes back in shape, ready to go, healthy, and he's a stud like he was during his rookie year. And then how good does that make our team? Because now we'll have this deep offensive line where we can't even decide who to start. I would love it. So
Yeah,
Mims
4
and
guys legitimately competing for the offensive tackle spot, and each pair is better than the next one, and that's what I'm hoping for. I've mentioned this in a video about the offensive line, talking specifically about Becton. I'm like, guys, my projected offensive line for next year has Becton as a backup, but imagine he starts and he shows us year 1 Becton and is healthy. Whoo! Can you imagine?
It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous. Max Mitchell on the right, Becton on the left.
Pavera Tucker back in the guard.
Right. Don't have to pay fans.
Fant's gone.
Right. I know you don't like Fant. I like Fant, but if
I just
Becton
don't
was
I don't like Fant at the contract that he wants.
right,
That's
right,
the real
right,
thing. It's not that I
right.
don't like Fant. I don't like Fant at anything over $10 million.
Right. We don't want him if the 15 million he's going to want. And if believe me, if imagine Becton came back, we have Becton and Mitchell. Well,
With Dwayne Brown as the backup. Remember, he's here next
Right.
year.
right, with Dwayne
Like-
Brown as the backup.
And Elijah Vera Tucker is an emergency option. Like,
It's great. It's great. It took a little longer than people wanted, but it'll be Joe Douglas having the last laugh, saying, "I know how to build an offensive line." And it wasn't his fault. There were injuries. It's not his fault.
what did he do wrong?
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like people who put down Joe Douglas. It's just unbelievable to me. Phenom, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. The running game has been thrust to the offense, which is what we want. You guys are correct. Elijah Moore has been an effective decoy. Exactly, my brother. I love it. It's true. And look, and I said this. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm just building on what I've said. I've been saying this. Breece Hall, I was saying it from the offseason, from the draft, since the draft. We're not talking about a guy who's just a good running back.
No.
I've been saying it. We're talking about a guy, and it's coming true. I was hoping this, and it's happening in front of our eyes. He's not just a good running back. He's a franchise-changing running back.
He's a top 10 pick 5 years ago.
Right. He's a franchise-changing running back. He changes the entire dimension of our team. That's what I think he is. Like Henry changed Tennessee. Like Adrian Peterson changed any team he played for, like especially Minnesota. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is my belief. Now, look, it's way too early to compare him to those guys in a lot of people's opinion, and that's fine. I'm just telling you what I believe. I believe he's that kind of impact. And guess what? It doesn't sound as crazy as it did when I was saying it in the preseason. When you watch him in the last few games, he's looking every bit the part of a Roger Craig. Thank you, Rindilla. He's looking every bit the part. Franchise-changing player.
Yep.
Just like Sauce Gardner. And that's what makes us so scary. The rest of the league better watch out, because we have a lot of those franchise-changing kind of guys. AVT. Garrett Wilson.
Elijah Vera Tucker legitimately might be the best offensive line prospect to ever come out of college. And I'm not saying that at the level or the ability or any of that stuff, right? But what I'm saying is, point to me the last player that played every position on the offensive line, not named center, at a really high level. I'll wait. Go look it out through history. I'll wait. I'll sit here and I'll wait patiently, because it hasn't happened. I looked. I spent 30 minutes trying to find a guy who played every single position on the offensive line, not named center, at a high level. It's incredible.
And I'll tell you something, Twisted. I'm not going to be judgmental really about LaFleur or specifically Zach Wilson against Denver in Mile High. I'm not. They make a lot of quarterbacks look bad. So my expectations are just manage the game, don't turn the ball over. That's all I'm asking of Zach. But I have higher expectations to him the next week against New England, because that's a divisional opponent, and we have to beat New England, and there's no excuses for that. He needs to lead us, and he needs to play. Like, I have expectations for Zach in that game against New England. Green Bay and Denver, I give you a pass, manage the game, this and that. But I expect Zach to step up against New England. He needs to answer those 3 interceptions from last year or 4 interceptions with 3 touchdowns this year. You know what I mean? Or just play a great game and just beat the bums. So, you know. So you know, this is good stuff. Like this is we're in a good situation in the future too, guys. We should all be excited. You know what I mean? We should all be excited. I know it was a hard hit losing Micaiah again. I know people are already down on him, you know, but like, and there are people who don't like him and they already have written him off. But the bottom line is we have him on a rookie contract. The bottom line is he's ours. And the bottom line is nobody could say for certain. Nobody could see the future. Nobody has a crystal ball. He might come back perfectly healthy, and he might be the guy he was in his rookie year when he was playing really well and dominating. And you can't possibly be against that. It's crazy. Whether you believe it's going to happen or not. Jason Moya. Hey, Jeremy, I watch your show on and off, and when I get a chance, I saw your show last night. I was very well impressed with it. I enjoyed your show and everything you said, and you got a good heart. Go Jets. Thank you so much, man. How do you respond to this kind of thing, Tigo?
That's it. Thank you. I had someone write like an essay on a comment, like saying like, I really appreciate the content that you put out, and you know, I specifically wait for your, you know, content because I really appreciate your opinion. And I was like, thank you. I don't like, what do you say to that? Like,
well, all I could say is thank you very much, Jose. It's very humbling to when people say something like that. Like, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. You know, and I'll say it every time. It's like it's everybody that's here watching, the people in the chat, the people that are not in the chat, the people that watch it tomorrow or the day after. You guys make the channel, you guys make the show. You really do. There's no show without you guys. You know what I mean? It's like 90% of the content of this show is in response to you guys. You know, and the reason we do it and the reason we're able to do it is because of you guys, because you're watching. Otherwise, there'd be no point. And I would just be alone talking to my wife, and she wouldn't know what I was talking about, and she'd be begging me to shut up. So appreciate all of you, man. I appreciate you, Jose. Thank you for that. And I hope that you continue to enjoy the content, and I don't let you down ever. Because that's like it's high to live up to that, right? Like, so
yeah.
I want to live up to that. I want to live up to that praise all the time. The best is yet to come with this offense, defense, the special teams. I agree, Phenom. Like, I think that's what sometimes we get so wrapped up in what's happening at the moment. We have to remember like the future and think about the future. Like, we are only just beginning. Like, we are in such good position. Can you imagine how good this team could be? Like, can you imagine? And somebody asked, how come Frankie doesn't stream at night? I don't know, Salmon Jets. I don't know. He'd have 300 people, 400 people easy watching him. I don't know why he doesn't do it. I sent him the link to this show when Green Bean was on. I was trying to get him in here. I sent him a text. I said, join. He never comes on at night. I don't know if it's me. He doesn't want to ever be on my channel. I don't know if he just, whatever the reason is, maybe doesn't like me really. I don't know. But he absolutely, but I don't take it too personally or think that really, because to be honest, I don't see Frankie on anybody's channel but Green Bean. He only does the Thursday.
Yeah, he's never on anything.
Yeah,
I reached out to him. He didn't even respond.
Right.
Which doesn't make sense because I'm pretty sure I have more subs than he does. Like,
no, well, I don't think he cares about that. You know what I mean? Like, whatever his reason is.
No, but I'm not trying to like ego. I'm just saying like when I reached out to Ian of New York of Jet Central, I got ghosted. That makes sense. I have a little shy of 2,000 subscribers. He's got 20,000 subscribers. I expected to get ghosted, right? But like, if I reach out to Jake Asman, same concept. He's got 20,000. I've got 2. But like, Frankie, he's just over 2K. It's just like, all right. I just guess I don't want to have a conversation with anybody.
Frankie is Frankie from Flatbush. I love him. You know. I mean, I was there in the beginning of his channel. We did shows together. He helped me build my brand. He helped my name Chaos comes because of the show I did with him. I just think that he has time. It's about time management. I think that it's actually a good business. It's, you know, and it's okay. It's his business right now. It's a big part of his life, and his business plan is more about the videos, and it's okay. Like we have different strategies, right? So I understand this concept. I just took a leadership course about it. You have to look at, you might have five strategies of how am I going to build up my channel, right? If one of those strategies gets 80% of the results, you focus your priority on that one strategy. So that's what it feels like he's doing. He feels like he doesn't maybe love being on every night. Like once night, Thursday night is enough for him. He doesn't love doing it. He doesn't enjoy it. It's not his passion. That's not what he does. And he's putting his time into doing research, because if you watch his videos, he does a lot of research.
Oh yeah.
So he's putting a lot of hours into that and a lot of time into
Creating
research.
spreadsheets.
He's learning analysis. He's learning how to be a scout. He's learning how to analyze plays. He's really learning that stuff. So he's going to be very careful about his time and where he goes. But I want you guys to know it's not because he's not invited. I invite Frankie all the time. Frankie knows he could be on my show. I mean, I've told him that. I've texted him. Anytime you want to come on the show, you can come on. I'm not trying to use you for your followers or build my channel. I want you on my channel for the quality of the show and because I love you and think you're great. And like, so I think he knows that, because I love.
And he means that, because I've never gotten one of those texts or messages ever. I'm kidding.
Yes. Well, what are you talking about? I've invited you on. You just accept my invitation.
Absolutely. I just accept. You don't need to beg for but I'd like to feel loved.
Yeah.
Just because I'm an easy yes or an easy lay doesn't mean that I don't deserve appreciation. I'm kidding.
No, and I do appreciate you. I appreciate all the guys that have helped me build this channel. Like you and Adam and and Buffalo, Buffalo Jet fan. There's so many guys. Like Buffalo came in later. I helped him, and then he now is helping me. Like it's been very reciprocal. And but early on, Watu K99, Green Bean, of course, Matt O'Leary. I mean, these guys really helped me. Jets Today, John from Jets Today was an incredible supporter of mine. He's not, his channel's on hold right now, but he was an amazing supporter.
What happened with Jets Today? What's going on?
I have no idea. I think it could be a career thing. I think his job got really busy. And then I think who else? I almost forgot somebody. But anyway,
I know that you had me. I had 50 subs, and then the next time you had me was post Denzel Mims video.
Yeah.
I had 500 subs, and it was just like it even surprised me. I was like, "Holy crap! What happened?"
Yeah. That's my strategy, Barney. When you talk about that, it's like my brother. I talk about it. My brother's really smart, like Lee. Like people don't understand. Like I recognize Tigo as super smart because I have some geniuses in my family, like that. So I recognize it when someone has just special kind of brain. My brother Lee is like special. Like he's super smart, right? Carnegie Mellon, the whole thing, and he's very good in business. So that's one of the things we talk about. Like my brother said, look, your thing is going to be being authentic. Like that's going to be your thing. So what you have to do is never change. Like you can't get a big head. You just have to be the same guy you were when you had 10 subs.
Yeah, that's hard.
And do you know what's really humbling? Starting another channel. Because on 49ers Chaos, I'm a nobody. My videos get 8 views. Nobody knows me in that world yet. I'm just putting out videos. I'm slow. I got one guy who joins. You know what I mean? But it's humbling because it reminds me. Yeah, maybe I have a lot of people watch my Jets channel, but who am I in this world? It's not like I created a channel and I have 1,000 viewers right away. You know what I mean? Like I'm a nobody on that channel. And
it was one of the I had to go through that. I had to go through that because like you said, like it used to be my intro for the longest time. And it was one of those things where I was a couple of other live shows away from asking you not to say it, was because I got a big head because my channel grew so quickly. I went from 50 subs to 1,000 subs in 11 days. Then it plateaued. And then something else happened, an explosion. And I went from 1,000 subs to 1,800 subs in another 10 days. But then it's plateaued relatively again. And it's been really humbling recently because it's just wait, the quality of my content went down. I just thought that it was a given, you know, I'm going to put stuff out there and people are going to watch. And it's just like, it was a real thing where I was just like, wait, no, it's not like I have to work hard. Like, guys, these are all of this. These are my YouTube notebooks.
Wow.
They are filled to the brim with YouTube things that I've got, videos, ideas, all of that stuff that I want to do, because it's just like, you got to put in the effort. And I think that comment that you said was really true. It's about being who you are. Like there was a point in time where I got scared to say the things that I wanted to say, because so much of like my takes ended up being like a little bit out of left field. Like a great example of that was like, I was the only person on the Max Mitchell train for a long time. And it got to a point to where it was just like, I was the only one saying it. Like I had to be wrong. Right. And no, I was just like, no, I wasn't. That vindicated me. I was like, no, Max Mitchell was that dude. I was right there, you know, trading Bryce Hall. I said that at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And now look what's going to happen. He's not going to be on this team past November 1st. So it's just, you got to just be authentic, be you, and screw the haters.
Twisted, you got that right. And then Hendrix, what's the update? Well, the update was, these were the things we talked about it hours ago. I've been on for over 4 hours. But one was that the number one thing is that another day has gone by where we have no news as far as him apologizing or doing anything to restore this. But the rumor was, and the second thing was that he's starting to delete Jets content off of his public media sites, social sites. So that's the big one. But it is a rumor. I don't know 100%. I still see some pictures of him in a Jet uniform on his Twitter, but his bio and the other stuff like up front, it's kind of gone. So I don't know if never looked at his site, so I'm not sure. But people are swearing he's starting to delete things off his social media that associate him with the Jets. So that's news. The other thing is there's a high suspicion that he had a burner account under the name David Stein, either him, a family member, or his agent, because recently an account was created on Twitter. David Stein, it was a new account that was just created, and it was passionately defending him. And David Stein was accusing NFL players, Jets, and former Jets, of not knowing what they're talking about, that they're not in the locker room. And it was talking as if it was somebody like that. It was Elijah Moore or somebody that knew exactly what was going on in the locker room. The account was taken down. People are saying that there's already people investigating if it was a burner account, because that's a big no-no. And we're going to find out, because if you have a blue check, you're not supposed to have burner accounts, because you're not allowed to promote yourself as an alias. So, they're looking into that from what I hear. So there's that kind of stuff. But to me, the big news personally, even though people won't call it news, to me, every day that we're not hearing he's apologizing and there's no statement and he's not on social media saying I was wrong and I'm sorry, every 24 hours goes by that he's not doing that is more damage. And it's more, it's him getting, it's kind of like the chances go up and up and up that we're not going to be able to resolve this with him. And I'm not happy about that, because I really want them to be able to resolve this with him. But once something like this happens, if that first week, every day that goes by is painful. Like, you're hoping that he calms down and that he comes and he makes amends with the team. Now, there is hope that he made amends with the team, and we just don't know yet. We have no idea what's going on in the facility. We have no idea that he didn't hug every single team member goodbye when they got on the plane, crying and saying, I'm sorry, I'm not going with you. We don't know. That could have happened. We don't know, because not everything is public. So we don't know. But every day that we don't know is worse. So if Monday, Tuesday, he's not at practice, or there's nothing, it's concerning.
If Monday he's not practicing with the team again, and he's doing that solo stuff, that's when my eternal optimist shuts down.
Yeah.
Like, you know how I tend to be like, hey, let's not, everything's on fire, but we don't need to pull the fire alarm yet. Maybe it'll go away, right? Like, that's how I kind of tend to look at things. If on Monday, because he's supposed to do individual workouts all this weekend, if on Monday he's not back in team meetings, that's going to be a problem in my eyes.
Yeah. Did he say that No, he said not. He didn't say Antonio Brown was his role model, did he? He said the other Brown, his best friend.
Yeah, he said AJ Brown.
AJ Brown, not Antonio Brown. No,
I don't remember hearing the Antonio
said
Brown. Now I
Antonio-
might be wrong, but
If he said Antonio Brown was his role model, you trade him right now today for a 5th round pick and get anything you can for him.
Stein tweets like a 22-year-old NFL player's agent,
or his agent. Yeah, but
so that he doesn't lose his blue check.
Hey, I gotta go. We gotta shut down. I'm sorry, but
Go
I
ahead.
do have to watch a movie with my wife and spend some time with her. So, it's kind of crazy. I've been avoiding it because it's been, guys, there's so many of you here and we're having such a good time. But at some
You
point,
know
I
what?
gotta call it.
I think I'm gonna go live. I'm having a good time. I haven't been live. It's been a busy
Cool.
weekend. I think I might go live.
So, guys, if you want to keep talking Jets or hearing thoughts and staying in the chat and hanging out, you can go to Talking Jets with Tigo. Subscribe to his channel. He's going to go live, in about 5 minutes after we get off?
Like in about 30 seconds. I've already got it ready.
Okay. So right when we get off here, you can jump on and continue the conversation. Tigo, you can tell he's a great guy. He's awesome. He's a good friend of mine. One of the best parts of this channel is I get to make new friends, and Tigo's one of them. So go check it out. Go hang out with Tigo. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Like everybody that came by, thank you so much. He wants you. If you want to post the link real fast,
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
if you private chat it to me, I'll post it. So it'll be like something they could just hit.
I'm just gonna. I got the channel open, the video open. I always keep the stream open.
Oh, are you
Guys, there's a
moderator?
link. I just put it to my channel because when I go live, I still have to it's gonna take like 30-40 seconds to set up all the.
And I have you as a moderator, so you can actually put the link, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna try to post the link here to make it easy for people.
Just in case I put it in the private chat.
So guys, remember, I will be back tomorrow. I am going to be back tomorrow on Green Bean channel, Green Bean Jets fans, during the Jet game. It is a lot of fun to watch us react. We have great conversations. We've had the other week we had 500 people in the chat with us. It was amazing. So do it. JW. Thanks, Chaos. See you during the great game tomorrow. Great, man. Great. I love to see people here that I don't see here all the time. It's awesome, man. It's making me feel so good. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. Appreciate you all. You got that link ready?
It's in the private chat, like I said.
Oh, okay. Let me get it.
That's just a link to my channel. Like I said, because I can't go live until I stop using the webcam here because
Okay.
it won't transfer over to the program that I use. But
So
I'll be
guys-
there in like 45 seconds.
Here's the link to his channel. If you go to his channel right now, hit this link. He's going to go live any moment. Okay, so there's the channel. Everybody, take care. Have a great one. Go Jets. My prediction, 23-6. We're going to win 23-6 tomorrow, okay?
Jeez.
People were asking for it, and that's my prediction, 23-6.
I got 13-3.
13-3. Okay. Love it. Take care, guys.
Have a good night. Alrighty, let me go get that going. Thanks for having me, man.
Hold on one sec. We're not off yet.
Oh, no.
I don't know why it's not playing it. Oh, that's a background picture. We're here. We're live. Hey, everybody. This is what goes on behind the scenes. Nah, take care. I would
All
regret
right.
it if people look back at the first episode and you weren't on it.
Yeah, well, I like that. It's called forward thinking.
We have one of the worst beats in the world. We do. Our beat is horrible.
Connor could shove that article up his ass.
And then I went to that game and I was like, this is the greatest team I've ever seen in my life. I'm a Jet fan. This is going to be the greatest run ever. Yeah.
No, because if they take Aquanu, I'm not complaining.
Joe Douglas is the king of keeping shit close to the vest.
A 2, a 4, and a 6 for Darnold.
Did the Jets really ruin Sam Darnold, or did Sam Darnold just suck all along and we were just trying to talk ourselves into it?
And Hamilton is a player who can potentially make a very big impact.
And suddenly here we are today. You can't get rid of him.
Right. It's like a plague.
Joe Douglas was hired because he's not those general managers.
Okay, Luscious.
Somebody is going to fall just like Elijah Moore did, just like Michael Carter did.
You know, what would, if you had one sentence to say to Joe Douglas, what would you say? So you would say, you had me at hello, and then give him a big old wet one right on the smack.